They used to tell me I was building a dream with peace and glory ahead. Why should I be standing in line, just waiting for bread? Once in khaki suits, gee, we look swell, full of that Yankee doodly-dum. 500,000 boots went slogging through hell, and I was the kid with the drum. Say, don't you remember? They called me Al. It was Al all the time. Why don't you remember? I'm your pal. Say, buddy, can you spare a dime?
Listen, you weren't there, Callum, but I will not be filling you in until, yeah.
Did you listen to last time, Callum?
Not yet.
Okay.
Stuff went down.
Well, I mean,
there was a lot of disgusting stuff.
Well,
that went
character-wise, it'll just be more of a surprise when his character arrives at the scene.
Oh yeah. Like just
let's just say it was a crafty moment.
Yeah, let's have them figure what they're doing, and then that gives us enough time to figure out what we're doing with our situation.
That is true. Our situation's so bleak.
I feel like I've now gone, like, because in that last one, there was that where it was like Mildred and Paul ran off to do something, and then you all came back all like traumatized, like, you don't want to know. And just my character was just in the dark for the rest of like, what happened?
Oh, the village.
The fish.
Yeah.
Like now I feel like I'm on the opposite end of that.
It does.
Like, you don't want to know.
It does make it interesting for that type of game, yeah.
Dude, I literally just that one clip of me fucking laughing, I showed it to my family, and they just gave me the most concerned look, like, are you okay? I'm like, no, I wasn't.
It was a crazy. Was that an hour and a half or something? I think that was really short.
It was not even an hour of like actual game time.
Most of it was just us talking about it afterwards.
Basically.
Yeah, I felt though that we got so much went into that 45 minutes though.
Definitely a lot went into something.
It was 2 scenes. It was just 2 scenes.
Yeah, just 2 teensy-wincy little scenes. I mean, what
2 big impact scenes. That's what it was. Callum, you totally missed. It was like, but then I'm kind of jealous, Callum, because you had the cat that came to you that was so gorgeous and cute.
Krusty Rusty.
I fucking love that name.
I think as well, especially for the fact that John was saying it would have cost like thousands to like bring the cat back.
That was the cheapest that we think we approached, because we would have needed to ourselves go into the nearest town to go to the nearest pet shop or vet to buy the gear to come back. So that's 2 taxi rides and the shop. Then cage up the cat, then take the cat back in a taxi that would allow pets, because not many of them allowed pets, back to a vet to get it all of the checks done, like the vaccinations, the passports, and the chip and things. Then we needed to check to see if there was space on the flight to take the pet, and EasyJet do not have anything on taking pets on a flight. Like, we couldn't find anything at all. But other people were commenting that the cost, not only on flying, but then the quarantine at the other end, was hella expensive. And the cheapest we could find, and this was from like 6 years ago, was £4,800.
That's expensive for a tabby cat, isn't it?
Where we could instead just go to any rescue centre in Scotland and we could probably get one for about 50 quid.
That is true.
I
Like,
guess
they're a
that-
bit more expensive now. They're
yeah,
200
it's a couple
pounds.
£100.
I'd still happily pay that for the charity, just
But
£200
that's
to the
because you're
charity.
obviously-
Oh, there's some cute ones, honestly. Like, I would adopt them all, honestly. I would take them all, but John won't let me, so. We
I'm
have
gonna-
2, and that's enough for him.
We don't have space for a third one. Plus, there's a whole dynamic now you'd be introducing a strange one too. But yeah, I watched these videos for this guy called Bold and Bankrupt, and another one from a guy called Shy. And Bold and Bankrupt, he could speak Russian, so he would go to all these ex-Soviet countries. I just like walk around doing videos, and you go to like the worst areas of what were supposed to be the worst areas in it to give you that view of it, because you don't usually see, tourist YouTubers and holiday programs going to those kind of areas. And a whole bunch of them in it wasn't Greece, but I think it was Armenia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan might have been the other one, or maybe it was Kyrgyzstan. But you'd always find like strays, and you'd find like these stray puppies, and you'd like, there's so many there, like just hundreds and thousands of them all over the place. People just like leave them, they just don't care. But he was like, I can't just leave all these puppies here in the middle of nowhere. So he's like going to the butchers and then coming back with big slabs of meat for them and all that shit, man.
Was there not one as well that he had, like, the bedding and the toys and stuff?
Yeah, they did that. And Shayan has ones. He does ones in like Croatia and Latvia and places like that. In Ukraine used to be, and they found like animals sometimes as well, strays that just been left out because there's just so many in mainland Europe countries, especially Eastern European countries, because they don't have an infrastructure in place to care for all the strays and ferals, and nobody's fucking spaying them, neutering them. Because I know Turkey's got a massive problem with them as well. But yeah, they're on their videos, man, they're always come across strays, and they always like pick them up and take them down to vet and like stuff, because it's good for the videos as well to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just so many there. Like there's videos, I don't know if it's Greece or Turkey, it's one of the two, and there's like these big fucking packs of feral dogs just fucking roaming like rural towns and shit like that, one. Try to gauge, because I don't want to describe to you the stuff that Paul and Eric go through and see, and then I have to repeat it all for him because I hate repeating myself.
But anyways, hey Goose, nice to see you.
Hello.
I made it at last.
Yay!
This is
You're
actually
early for yourself.
We're
Yeah.
like 5 minutes early.
This is far earlier than any of us expected you to be.
By half.
I was trying to make an effort since it's the last one, you know.
Fair enough.
Possibly the last one. There's a scenario where this could be the second last again.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing it. At least for Rocky, I'm really not.
Well, it depends where you go when you get through here.
Fair.
My volume's very low for some reason.
And just in time for your session, and then you can see what we've done 2 weeks ago.
So, Alan, did you listen to their session from last time, though?
Well, I noticed your comments saying it might be more effective not to, so I just left it.
All right. Okay. Cool. Okay, so you're both going in blind.
Oh man.
Oh, I feel for you. Actually, I feel for us. What am I talking about? I feel for us.
You will hop in roll 20, Cal.
I'm in roll 20.
Are you? Oh yeah.
Yes, in roll 20.
Oh,
yeah.
it's because it said Paul Cummings. My brain was just like, that's Paul. Why does that weird? I just look like less people at me. Okay, right. So, yous were at the house, the mansion outside the town outside of Jersey City. You was left in a hurry. It was still dark when you was left, and it was covered in snow. It was cold. The window was smashed. The driver was missing. You was piled in, and in a sort of panic, just sort of drove off. Paul was driving. You are driving through the woods, and it, by the time you're like a few miles down the road, it starts to get light. So although it only felt like you were in that house for maybe half an hour or so, clearly it's not just dawn now, because this is January. It's like late in the morning and the sun's coming up. So a lot more time has passed than you thought it passed. But it's like sullen, it's atmosphere, it's all quiet. You're all in shock and grief and exhausted. Rocky and Angela are in the back, cold and curled up on separate sides of the van. If you care to look or listen to them at all, you'd see that Rocky is not letting Angela cozy up to him or come anywhere near him. He's been very reclusive about it. You've got all this junk in the back still that's clattering, although it's no longer singing and humming and glowing. It's freezing cold still, and you've got this broken window beside you, Paul, that you're driving. But you're all quiet for a time until you come out of the woods and you start to enter the town that you left previously with the gas station. You pull in to fill up gas, but Paul, you're aware that somebody might see that you are there. Something's happened to the van, it's been smashed, and that two of the people that are with you are no longer with you. As well, it's probably, because you're deep terrified to your core, I imagine, at this point. And as Paul is wont to do, he grasps onto the reality, the things he can kind of deal with. And at this particular moment, it's just getting out of here, filling up the van with fuel, and moving on. And you also, mentioned to the others that this isn't a van that you own. This, you don't have anywhere to take it. You don't own it. This is stolen at this point, and that's a concern. A couple of you go into the pharmacy and get some bandages and gauze and stuff for Rocky, because his hands are severely scalded, burnt, wounded. But after that, he's able to leave the town. You start driving back to the city. Gertrude, for whichever reason, doesn't want to go home. She wants to go back to the church in Manhattan. Gerta. And so you agree to drop her off there. Paul, I'm imagining you just want to get home to your wife, to your children, to your little hovel that your life has been reduced to. At least there it's safe and warm, and it's a known familiar space with the people that you love. And for Eric, I can imagine, you've lost Jans. This is someone that you always thought you'd be going home with, and now he's never going to go home. And during the course of your journey back to Manhattan, it's going to strike you as well that not only is he not going home, but his body has been left there in that house to the elements. And if you're to tell the others what's happened, you know what they're like, and you know that they're going to want to go back there and to take his body so it can be buried at home where it's supposed to be. And that's the last thing you ever want to happen. So Gerta, you get to the church and Gerta leaves. She evidently thinks it's safer there than at home. Rocky and Angela just kind of, drift after her without really saying anything. And imagine Eric, there's a passing thought that maybe it's not safe for her there, especially with, you just didn't really trust Rocky before, and then all this stuff has happened. So maybe it's not safe for her to be there with her, and who knows what's up with Angela. But you've got your own things to consider at this point, and you've not got the energy to, make a fuss about it or bring it up. And so the two of you just sit there with the engine running outside as the three of them go into this church that looks empty and closed from the outside. And at that point, it's your duty for the two of you to somehow ditch this van or do something with it, as well as all the junk you've been carrying, which was the whole purpose of this trip in the first place. So where do you want to go?
My first thought for ditching it was driving it into a lake.
Yeah, I mean, we could just roll into the water, I guess. I mean, unless we know anyone that would be able to, like, fence a stolen van, maybe, but probably, given the circumstances, I think ditching it, I wouldn't be against that.
All right. Well, I mean, you know, where you were doing that job the other day where you found that body. That was like a yard that was getting cleared out, and it's empty at the moment. So you could drive it along there and just run it off the pier.
I feel like that's probably what that's the decision that Paul's like locked in. It's just like just effectively drive it at at the sea monsters.
I mean, maybe that seems a little bit severe, but yeah, I mean, I think probably, given the circumstances, then maybe we should just get rid of the van and be done with it.
Okay, so you drive the van down to where you did the job the other day. You can see that although the doors have been drawn closed, you know those big long rectangular doors. They're just being held together by a bit of string, basically. It's been looped through them to keep them shut, which is easily undone. And you drive the van into the courtyard. You can see several of the piers and the large abandoned warehouse building where you were in before. Eric, you look at it and you just have like a flash memory of the body that you found under the canvas and the state it was in. And then that leads your thoughts back to the body of Jans, which has been left up in that house again, and what it's going to look like after a few days of decay. But there is the pier where you rolled the body off previously, and there's nothing much on it. It's just a bare pier sticking out at the end of the dock. So what do you want to do?
So I guess we're just getting rid of the van. Should we just put like a brick on the accelerator and push it in?
Find a piece of junk, throw it in the accelerator, jump out.
Yeah, I guess it probably wouldn't be that difficult. I mean, I guess we don't need to get the van going quickly or anything. We just need to get it going forwards.
Yeah, just got to aim in a straight line, put something on it, lock it in.
I hope it doesn't swerve randomly, hit like a pier, hit a brick wall, and it's just like all the attention.
You both roll a dice for me. Oh, Paul.
His seat
Oh,
belt.
yeah.
Oh, no way.
Yes, as you are searching around looking for just a scrap brick and a short plank of wood to kind of jam it in place, there's like a ladder that comes up the side of this dock, and there appears to be, and this must be fresh because otherwise the water would be frozen, a trail of water and seaweed that just like winds its way, a fairly straight line, but a bit off centre, from the top of this ladder into the side of the warehouse. And this was the very door, Eric, where you had previously pulled this body out. And there's an uncomfortable, wet, rasping sound, as if someone's, breathing with maybe they've someone who's like kind of like half drowned and they're gasping for breath. That kind of sound coming from the other side of the door.
Is there any sign of anything happening with the equipment in the van?
You throw open the doors at the back of the van, look inside, and all the brass and the wood is there, inert and motionless. It almost feels like you're looking at the corpse of something that was once very much alive.
I don't think anything good is behind that door.
Just to double check, like we've rammed into a ladder beside the door, not the door itself.
So there's the dock, there's the concrete dock, and then there's a wooden pier going off of it. Just at the corner there is a metal ladder that leads down into the ocean for climbing up from a boat or something. Immediately off to the side of that is the warehouse building with the door leading inside. And that's where
Can
the
we try
trail
and-
leads.
Can we try and reverse the van to try again, or is it buggered?
No, I mean, you can still... Well, you haven't found the brick or the piece of wood, the junk that you need to jam it in and make it work. But you've got the van out on the pier.
And we're hearing something gurgling from the other side of a door.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think like what Paul would do. Probably say, "Hey, do you see anything we can use? 'Cause no going in there." He like points at the door.
Yeah, I'll try and look around quickly. Just a second. I'm trying to think. Do I have scene analysis? I'm forgetting I don't, unfortunately.
Well, it's like I said, this place has been cleared out recently because you were here doing that yourselves. It's been swept clean. Like there's no trash or garbage or debris lying around on the dock or the pier here. There may be some inside the building that's been piled up.
Trying to think like if we could take like a bit of the lorry and use that to jam. Like take off the steering wheel and stick that on the accelerator. I think Paul would just be just very intimidated based on all the things that's happened, and he's hearing that he really does not want to go in there.
Yeah, I mean, they're both idling, looking at each other, not wanting any more complications. And God knows you don't want anything horrendous or horrific to appear behind that door. But just the thought of what's behind there is more terrifying than what could actually be behind there, perhaps. And then you hear just...
So I don't know. Do you want to just run for it at this point?
You want to roll a dice for stress for me? Okay, well, you're definitely taking stress for that.
Yeah.
What does that put you at?
Just a second. I'm checking the sheet. I think I managed to reduce it somewhat at the last opportunity we had to reduce stress.
So you scored it. You scored something out.
Yeah, I think it was the pocket watch, or was it no compass? Compass, I think I lost.
Okay, so you're still gaining stress.
Sure. So I think that would be me backed up. Would that be maybe just back up to 1 in that case?
Yes. Well, you should be at 1, so it'll take you up to 2.
Okay, sure.
And you need me to roll one? Sorry, Paul just came back.
If that's creepy for Paul, yeah, and stressful.
Yep, and it's a stress. I'm at 2.
Yeah, so with that sound, it's not something you can write off. There's very definitely something breathing on the other side of that door. Something that sounds almost human.
I guess the question is, do we feel brave enough to try the door, or do we want to just leg it? I mean, there's nothing that would... well, yeah, I guess maybe they could trace the van back to us, but there's nothing that would immediately say it's ours.
Physically, there's nothing preventing you from just running off. But I can imagine the two of you standing there just sort of rooted to the spot, unable to make a decision.
It's yeah, because like, Paul, for a fact, is like genuinely torn between Like the two things that Paul is torn in is like he wants to get back to his family, like he just really wants to get back. But then he also knows if he leaves this monster untouched, it could murder someone, including his family. And he's literally torn. Does he do something now or does he get away? That he's like paralyzed by this choice.
I mean, I guess if the van's still running, we could try and back the van up, such as the case that if we do see something, we could, like you said earlier, we could just drive the van into it and hope for the best.
I'm trying to think. Like, I genuinely don't think Paul wants to open this door.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable.
Like, he's seen some shit. He's seen some crazy shit. He knows what he's seen. And there's a very strong reason that whatever he has seen is behind this door.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, his imagination is just running riot.
Because just wondering, because Eric was there when we saw the thing that jumped out of the lake, out of the body.
Yeah, I think I would probably be quite troubled by this as well.
But I mean, do you have the will to just turn around and leave?
I think I'm gonna roll a dice. On a 6, he would. Because I think it's like the other 5, he would open the door to try and do something.
Why don't you try and roll, not a stress test, but try to roll, like, beat your stress, because you're trying to overcome the trauma that's run through you.
So I need to roll a 1 or 2 then to get over it. No.
No,
I get more stressed.
Yeah, well, you don't have to take stress for that, but the prospect of what that could be is just too much for you to bear. You can't face it.
Eric, let's just get the hell out of here. We'll try somewhere else to get rid of this van.
Yeah, I think that's for the best.
You just turn around, hurriedly head back to get into the van. Just as you get in the van, Eric, and you close the door, you can see in the wing mirror the door just like slowly creaking open a little.
I'd like to jam it into reverse and put floor it basically.
Well, imagine those American cars the other way around. So yes, it would be you. Sure, you want to jam in reverse. Are you slamming it into the door, you said? Do you want to roll a dice for that for me? I don't know if you'll get a second dice for any of your traits.
I'll see if I've got anything that's relevant. I don't know. I've got trained, but I don't know if that would.
Yeah, trained to work, yeah.
Could I like be authoritative and just say like floor it, and just like by assisting him by shouting at him,
Stepping on his foot to make it hit the floor further.
just by using my authority interpersonal skills by fucking drive, Eric.
Now, is that actually going to be helpful, or is that a hindrance?
Well, I guess it shows that we're on one mind. So
I think it's more like to snap you out of anything. Like if you're like staring at the wing mirror, like going like, oh no, and then it's just suddenly it's like you just feel Paul's foot slamming on your foot on the accelerator, like go.
Okay, so Eric, you've got 2 dice, and then Paul, you roll an extra dice to help. Oh, well, that's a crit. So, yes, you floor it. The thing, the van hits reverse as fast as it can go into reverse, slams into the door, kind of denting it. But you're not going to get stuck. It doesn't shatter the door. It just like dents it, so it's just like the crippling, the crunching of it is going to like cause it to be locked in place. When you pull forward and like turn to the side again, that door is not going to be opened manually. It's going to require some amount of force. So you can feel confident that nothing is going to like push its way out after you.
However, the windows.
Well, being a warehouse, it does have those like long sort of rows of small square windows, but they're quite high up and they're small, and it's that very thick glass, fortified glass. So you'd assume that those are not going to be broken. But yes, you do that, and then you spin around into the courtyard and just tear off into the street. Straight into the morning traffic. Yes, so as unnerving as it is that even driving all the way back here into the city where you thought you would kind of like leave that behind, you're like instantly reminded that this in fact was the source of where all these happenings began with you. And by returning here, you're not really escaping anything. So where would you like to go now in this cold, dark January morning?
Is there anywhere else we know of that we could stash the van for the time being?
Just start taking random off roads and just start leasing it somewhere and hiking back. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I guess maybe we just kind of leave it unlocked in the high crime area and just, let nature take its course.
Leave a note just with saying, ignore the bloodstains. Is fine.
It's free van, yeah.
I mean, you could just abandon it somewhere if you want. I would just ask you where. If it's anywhere in particular, or if it's just the first spot you see.
I mean, I guess the question is, are we likely to want the van for anything again?
My theory is like we're driving for a while in like quiet, and I imagine sort of like Paul would just sort of point off the side of the road and just say like just pull in over there, and it's probably like we stop, and it's like another quiet long silence, and then probably Paul just starts to get out of the vehicle. Like we're probably just like pulled in basically in front of some people's houses, because I don't know how dense the area is. Or just like it's just the side of the road. Just Paul would just probably get out and then probably start walking. Not said a word since he pointed to like pull over.
So you're just sort of driving around aimlessly for a while. You know, your mind's wandering, tiredness, all the rest of it, until you just sort of pull in somewhere just for the sake of it, and then just blindly sort of get out. You find yourselves. Paul, I mean, Eric's still like kind of, making sure it's parked and locking up and stuff like that. You find yourself, Paul, just standing on the sidewalk in front of Gerta's apartment building.
I imagine it's one of these things like he doesn't realize that this is where he instinctively stops, and he's just sort of staring at the apartment and probably figures it's a sign. Like look back at Eric, sort of shift his head, and Paul starts walking up to Gerta's apartment.
You recognise the man behind the desk at the front, and he seems to recognise your face. And he gets up and opens up the front door of the building. Mr. Cummings, I didn't think we were expecting you this morning. I take it Gerta spoke to you about the job opening?
Paul stops for a moment and probably looks at him for an uncomfortable few seconds, and then Paul just nods, going, "Yeah, need to see Gerta." She doesn't really answer the question, really, but just need to see Gerta.
Oh, well, we had a phone call from her not long ago. She was looking for her roommate, but unfortunately I haven't seen her roommate today.
I'll wait for her in her apartment, and just starts walking.
He sort of half kind of stops you and he's like, we're not really supposed to allow gentlemen into the building. But he scratches his head. And puts one hand on his hips. I suppose if you're staff technically now, it should be okay. Do you know which room it is you need to go to?
I guess he's probably not really looked at him as he started walking, and he just sort of turns his head and just sort of nods. Not words, nods.
It gives you a kind of odd look, and he's like, "Are you all right, Mr. Cummings?"
It's been a long day.
Oh. He looks up at the clock on the wall, and it's barely like 11 a.m.
Statement still true. It has been a long day.
Oh, I see. Is that a friend of yours? And he like points at Eric, who's just sort of like, it's sort of like in a daze, wandering between the van and the sidewalk.
Aye, one of my best friends here.
Okay. I mean, he can welcome to wait inside if he wants, instead of standing out in the cold, poor fellow.
I think it's like they probably both would be looking at Eric as he does his things for a while. And if Eric looks over at them, Paul would probably sort of like wave the very brief, like, come here, and then drop his arm again while keeping looking at him.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be a bit kind of unsure what's going on, but I guess if I see Paul waving, I'll make my way over and see what's what.
Yeah, I mean, as you come up, the man extends his hand. I can't remember if he gave my name before, but he introduces himself. Says, yes, I mean, you're perfectly welcome to wait on Gerta inside. If you want to wait downstairs where it's warm at least instead of standing outside, that's perfectly fine, sir.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate it.
Just a few seconds after you are let in and Paul's like heading towards the stairs or the elevator, you hear the front door opening again, and the doorman starts going, "Oh, hello, Mr. Mitchell. Good morning." You can see this man. I mean, he can't be more than early mid-40s, big bushy grey hair for a beard, mustache, combed over hair, and spectacles. Looks very well fed. And he's got like almost like a glow about him. Just looks like a very bright, healthy, happy person. And he has a big beaming smile across his face and a pipe in one hand. It's like, "Good morning, Robert. And how are you today?" "Oh, are these your friends?" And he points at you two. "I didn't think we were allowed gentlemen in the building." "Oh no, this is Mr. Cummings, sir. Remember we spoke about the opening for the new janitor." And it's like, "Oh yes, I remember now." And he walks over to you, Paul, and has to almost kind of like tug on the back of your shoulder to get your attention because you're sort of dazed off.
Probably comes to slightly, and probably jumps actually at being touched. Like jumps and probably comes a bit too with it. It's like, I'm hello.
"Hello, sir. I'm sorry, did I startle you?"
It's been a very long day. Sorry. And Paul then offers his hand to shake the gentleman's hand.
And he grabs your hand, and you feel the warmth and the blood pumping through it compared to yours. And he kind of looks down at your hand for a second. So, "My God, man, you're freezing."
It's been a long walk here. The weather's very cold. Probably isn't. Probably it's quite a warm day.
No, I mean, it's cold. It's cold morning in January, but yeah. He turns around to the doorman and says, "I say, get this man a blanket and a cup of coffee. He's absolutely freezing."
No. There's no need for that. I just should, start doing things. I need to say thank you to Gerta.
"Gerta? Oh, I wasn't aware she was home."
Well, leave a note just to say thank you, and then continue the rounds.
Well, why don't I accompany you? I'd like to pay visits to Miss Nordstrom if she's home anyway.
Paul, noticeably thinks about this for a couple of seconds, decides not a terrible idea, sort of nods, and starts heading towards Gerta's room.
Are you going with him, Eric, or are you staying downstairs?
I'll wait downstairs. I don't want to attract undue attention by joining them if I haven't been invited or anything. So.
Sure. The doorman offers you a cigarette while you're sitting there.
I'll take him up on his offer. I don't know if I'd be a huge smoker or anything, but probably be impolite to refuse. So.
Yes. So as you go up the stairs, Paul, this man behind you, he lets you know his name's Harold Mitchell. He's the owner of the building. Although he doesn't know Gerta or Emil that closely, he's seen them coming to and from in the building. He likes to make sure that his residents are happy and well looked after. And he talks about, what kind of past experience you've had in this kind of occupation and what your situation is at the moment.
I think, if anything, the conversation, like, Paul would probably take a bit to actively engage, but probably engaging with someone who, for all intents and purposes, gives off the impression of just being very normal is probably grounding Paul back into reality. That, there's the faint hope that maybe everything has just been a figment of imagination because he's been awake for quite some time, so it's a bit sleep-deprived brain. So he's probably starting to get hopeful that he just imagined all of the crazy.
Yeah, so you just go up there. Gerta, what floor is your apartment on?
It was on the second floor.
Because you weren't very high up, were you?
No.
Yes, you guys get up there, and I mean, I don't know what Paul was expecting, but Mitchell pulls out a rung of keys from his belt. Doesn't spend any time even like going through to check which one it is. He just seems to know right away which key he needs to use, and opens the door. He doesn't bother knocking before he opens the door. He just like turns it and it just walks in.
Paul probably noticed that, think it's a bit concerning, but going by all the things, having a bit of a creepy man is way more comforting than the other creepy stuff he's seen.
He's walking, Harold walks into the middle of the living room, turns around. He's like, yes, well, as you can see, your residents are well catered for here. There's 2 separate private bedrooms. They have a washroom and a kitchenette over here, and he points over to where the cooker and stuff is. Do you have scene analysis or anything like that?
Actually, I do.
You want to roll 2 dice for me then?
2 dice.
Do you have any luck?
I do have luck.
You could spend 1 to bump that to a 4.
Would that give like the next tier?
Yes.
Cool, I'll do that then.
The place looks very well kept and clean. And knowing Gerta, you have no reason to suspect that it wouldn't be. But that you do notice something that looks a little off. The stand where the jackets and the hats are hung. You can see the spot where Gerta's jacket is missing from. But although neither of the women are here, the other jackets all seem to be, taking up all of the other hooks. And because there's 1 missing, it just strikes you as like there should be 2 missing.
I'm trying to remember what Gerta's, I think it was her sister?
Her roommate.
Roommate. I'm trying to remember what the roommate's called.
Emil.
Sort of, Paul, like, has a, he looks at the jacket for a few moments, then looks around the rest of the room to see if there's any signs of life, like a cup of coffee or something, or anything, or if it's just all really clean and tidy.
So the
Then
you start looking in the bedrooms, and Mitchell is. You might expect him to say, that's private quarters, or you can't go looking in the rooms, but he just lights up his pipe and stands in the middle of the living room and looks out the window. Doesn't seem two-faced at all. He's just like talking away to himself about the standards of the building, how much they spent on the rooms, how much the house cleaning costs, what your duties would be as the janitorial caretaker.
and I imagine for certain parts of it, he's taking it in, and then after probably having the quick glance in each of the rooms, goes, "Where's Emile?"
What? Oh, I imagine she's at work or some such.
But she didn't take her jacket, and points at the occupied coat, like Gertis is gone, emphasizing the empty one.
Do you have any interpersonal skills besides intimidation?
Well, I don't have intimidation. I've got authority, respect, and streetwise, and charismatic.
Okay, roll 2 dice for me. Sorry, and you got traits, so 3 dice.
I think I got a 4.
Yeah, when you bring up that detail, there's just a slight sort of pause, giveaway sort of tick in his face that, that sort of flicker of annoyance, which quickly just sort of disappears and into his big smile again. Oh, well, women are like, they've probably got a dozen jackets.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. There's a lot of jackets here, but still, the only one missing is Gerta's. I understand Gerta not being here, but everything else is occupied. Where's Emile? I can't see her in any of the rooms.
Oh, like I said, it is a weekday, she'll be at work.
And sort of, Paul just again stares at the jackets. And, he was outside. It's quite a cold day.
Yes,
What
well,
was that you were...
Sorry, you go.
What was that you were saying about the duties that you're expecting for me to do? It's more just to try and kick him back into his conversation, and then Paul stares at the jackets and makes a note in his head. Everything is not as it seems.
Yes, he just starts like talking away again, saying your hours and what you're expected to do, how many times a day you've got to do it, your shift patterns, all the rest of it. And he like smoking with one hand, and he puts his other arm around you on your shoulder and like kind of like starts walking you out of the room.
I imagine it's one of those forced out of the room kind of things.
Yeah, gently sort of guiding you, but firmly.
Yeah. I imagine at one point, if there was some form of notepad or paper pad, probably would write a note in it, because that is what he did say to the guy. And just be along the lines of, Gerta, I hope you're all right. When you read this, just Paul was here. All the best.
You notice that he's watching you very intently as you're writing it, although he's still like talking away. And after you've done that, and he guides you out of the room, and he closes the door, and you start walking down the hall.
I imagine probably following him, and I imagine it's one of those kind of things that if Paul tries to stop to look at something, he probably gets like beckoned to follow him.
Could you roll a dice for me again?
Just the one.
If you got anything that would be about observing, what somebody's done or not done.
Let's see. The interpersonal investigation is like natural history, scene analysis, and wilderness. I don't think 2 of them definitely won't be applicable. My interpersonal is like authority, streetwise, and respect. I don't think
Scene analysis, kind of, because that's about looking at the current scene. So 2 dice.
Okay.
Yes, you notice that he completely forgot to lock the door behind him. Whether it's because he was too busy talking, or he's just in the habit of forgetting to lock doors, you don't know.
Sorry, just Paul isn't going to make a comment about that. Sort of nod and follow on. Again, another mental note. Allows him the opportunity to potentially go in later and check things out.
So you might also expect him, given the subject matter what he's talking about, that he would show you where the janitorial stuff is kept and like actually show you where the duties are to be carried out. But he seems in a kind of rush to get you back down the stairs. And there,
So-
you just head like straight back then in the elevator.
I'm trying to think like how Paul would phrase this. Is there anything else that you'd like to show me since you've got me here about the job you want to do? Any places or such like that?
Oh,
An attempt to, since he was so eager to be there and keep an eye, just try and see if there's anywhere else that he wants to go, since he was so keen to go into Gerta's apartment.
he takes like a couple of quick puffs in his pipe. He's like, "No, I think the other staff can let you know when the time comes. They'd be better at showing you this sort of thing anyway, knowing the ins and outs. I'm not at all that familiar of the actual practices or the day-to-day handling of stuff." But you said you knew Gerta wasn't at home. Do you know where Gerta is just now?
Last I heard, just was out doing some things. I just wanted to sort of leave a note, just sort of saying, thinking of her and thank her for the opportunity. So when she gets it, she can read it.
Oh, of course. Just I like to make sure my residents are well kept for, And also, I want to make sure that they're attending work so they can get their rent paid. And he like nudges you and laughs a little bit.
And Paul gives the sort of the half-hearted sort of laugh with him. But I'm trying to think like, but this is probably still in line for a creepy landlord, like, like sexual harassment and stuff like that. It's probably a dime a dozen. Like, this is just an expectation.
Yeah, as the elevator comes to the bottom floor and the doors open, you can see Eric at the end by the front door smoking inside. The man puts his arm around your shoulder once more. It's like, "You and your friends must join me for a brandy. It'll warm the two of you up."
Sort of like a quiet thought about it. It's like, well, if you're sure drinking on the job.
That'd be perfectly fine, I'm sure. It's not that much of a demanding chore. He motions to the doorman and leans over and whispers in his ear for a second, and the man nods and goes off into a back room. Comes out a minute later with a bottle of brandy. And fetches a couple of glasses as well. What about your friend there? What's his name?
That's Eric.
Eric, my good man. Come and join us for a drink.
Oh, thank you, if you insist.
He pours out 3 brandies. The doorman just sort of stands there awkwardly for a second, decides better of it, and just sort of turns to the side and opens up his newspaper. So he pours 3 brandies, he lifts up his glass and motions for you to both lift yours. To your new job.
New jobs.
New opportunities. He clinks the glasses and takes a drink.
Well, Paul has a drink.
Yeah, I'll probably take just a slight amount, just, not a huge amount of it, just enough to not raise suspicion.
A cautious sip.
The teetotal, like, it touches lips but doesn't go in.
Yeah, make it look good. But yeah.
The man gulps his down, slams the glass back down the table. He's like, that'll warm you up in the morning. Right, gentlemen, I'm afraid I must be off. I have much to do today. All the best to you and good luck with it, with the rest of your chores.
Thank you for your hospitality, sir.
No problem, my good man. And he turns around, heads out the front door. So, what would you like to do?
Probably just sort of say like, Eric, come on, if you can help me move a couple of things. In an attempt to get him away from the doorman and towards Gerta's room.
The doorman like lowers his paper and turns around as if he's going to say something, and then just shrugs his shoulders, gets up and picks up one of the brandy glasses and pours himself a drink.
I'm not going to grass him in. He's not going to grass me in. He gets a brandy. I guess after a distance, it's like, I don't need to tell you things are weird. Like, I just, obviously, you know, landlord, creepy guy, dime a dozen, but he seemed very focused. Like, he wanted to keep an eye on me for the entire time we were in there. As soon as we got into the room, he didn't care about anything I'd done until when I turned around from writing the note. He was laser eye focused, not laser eye, like eagle eye focused on me.
That sounds suspicious, right enough.
And I mean, what's weird is like when he came in, he didn't knock, just approached the door, unlocked it, walked straight in. And since when do you ever go into a woman's house? You at least knock. You just straight in, which makes me think, you know, a creepy landlord thing.
And particularly in a place that, you know, specializes in catering for young ladies.
But in all, there's enough to be said of it. Something's not right, Eric. And when he left, didn't care about locking the door. So Carter's room's just unlocked, and probably as he's saying that, they're just approaching the door, and just goes and opens the door, and
It creaks open.
Paul like proper goes in and then starts looking through things, like a bit deeper look into, like he actually opens up cupboards to look for the worst, you know, worried that the roommate is still there.
So you put on your body gloves and expecting to find a corpse.
Pretty much.
So you can roll scene analysis for just sort of general overview. If you have forensic analysis, you can look for, you know, more detailed clues.
Not got a forensic here. Just scene analysis.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I've forensic either. I've got, you know, all I really got is document analysis, which unless we find something, probably wouldn't be much good.
You get in there, you pick up a piece of paper, just go, hold up, there's a note here for Gerta.
Dun dun dun.
Oh wait, it's signed by this Paul. Paul, what could it mean?
So Paul, do you want to roll for your scene analysis, which is 2 dice, and if Eric wants to roll 2 dice for document analysis, and you can just start rifling through like papers and stuff that are left there. So Paul, I mean, the beds are very neatly made up. Everything is stacked and placed, you know, so it looks neat at first glance. But as you're like being a lot more careful and going through things, you can see that some things have clearly been knocked over and then put back in just slightly off where they were before, and you can tell by, like, you know, the marks where the dust is and rim marks and stuff like that. You can see that in Emil's room, a whole bunch of stuff on her dresser has obviously been just like put back into place where somebody seems to have like thought where it should have been, but it's not, you know, on the places where it's all been arranged previously.
Imagine it's like one of those things. It's like as you look at it, it looks normal, but then you realize that for some reason there's an eyeliner or a fingernail polish like way off from
Or-
all the
yeah.
rest and stuff.
Yeah, like different types of makeup mixed in with other types. You know what I mean? Like somebody's just picked them all, put them all back on, instead of, you know, they've not been sorted the way that somebody would probably sit and sort them.
And sort of like staring at them, then continuing to like look under the bed and the wardrobes and stuff.
So in the wardrobe hall, there's a bunch of clothes in there. There's shoes under the bed. There's a pair of boots by the door. I mean, you don't know how many pairs of shoes or boots Emil owns, so it's impossible to tell if there's a pair missing or not. But I mean, there's shoes and there's boots there, so if she only has the 2 pairs, then those are both there. There's also a handbag still hanging on the hanger by the front door.
I think he probably would pick it up to like look through it just to see if it's got like, you know,
So there's cigarettes.
what his wife would take. Like I'm sure like Paul would have an understanding of what his wife takes with her.
Yeah, so there's
to it, so it's
cigarettes,
just-
there's some lipstick, there's a little hand mirror, some blusher. There's a matchbox for a club. There's like ticket stubs for getting on the trolley car. Just sort of everyday stuff like that. There's a few dollars and pennies in there.
But it looks like it's the, as far as, you know, Paul would be considered it, this is the handbag that you would take to before you go. It's got the sort of the daily stuff in
Yeah,
it.
it's got your money, your makeup, and all that kind of stuff in it, yeah.
Sort of, you know, Paul would then hang it back up where it was, not taking anything out of it apart from just the rummage. Eric, as far as I can tell, Emile should be here. Her jacket is here, there's several pairs of shoes, her handbag's here. As far as I can tell, she should be here. And it looks like someone has taken her from here. Doesn't look like there's a fight, but there's enough that's been changed that something untoward's happened.
I think we probably need to try and find Gerta as soon as we can. You know, she could well be in danger at this point.
Do we know where she would be? I just took the opportunity because we were here. I didn't realize I was coming in here until the guy touched my shoulder, and suddenly it's like I woke up.
I suppose if she's not here, we could try the church, maybe?
Oh, aye, she was. She worked with that charity, the Salvation guys.
Yeah, I suppose it's possible that they might be down at Tin City doing outreach.
Oh, that's better than being here. Aye, let's go out. Let's go out the back doorway so we don't have to deal with that doorman.
Would it arouse suspicion if we went out without, you know, him seeing us? You know, I'm not sure.
For your part, Eric, you can like rifling through some of the mail and papers. You find there's a little folded leather case in Emil's room that's been left. It's inside one of the drawers, but it's just like lying on top of everything that's in the drawer. So you unlatch that and you can see it's like legal documents. There's a will and testament there. You can see there's like a deed for a holding. It's for a property back in Sweden. That's been like bequeathed to her by like a relative formerly. But these are all like genuine papers. You can tell that they're genuine stamps. They're not like forgeries or anything like that.
Doesn't sound like anything out of place, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean the only thing that might be odd about it is because it's not buried under clothing and, you know, shoved at the back of the drawer. It's like somebody must have been looking at it or reading it fairly recently.
Hmm. I think I would make a point of mentioning that to Paul in that case. I mean, that does seem like something that you wouldn't take out and look at lightly.
As you're putting that satchel thing back in the drawer, there's a reflection in the window. And it looks like there's someone standing in the room behind you at that window. And you turn around to look into the living room, but there's nobody standing there.
I would find this odd, but I guess it could just be, given the kind of day we've had so far, it could just be my mind playing tricks on me. So I probably wouldn't think too much about it just yet.
Yeah, and I think now that you're starting to warm up and you've got a brandy in you, I mean, you can feel how tired you actually are. And, you know, sitting here in the bedrooms, it's very tempting to just like sit on the bed for a second. And Paul in the living room, you're just like, maybe take the weight off your feet for a second and sit on the couch.
I think Paul would.
Yeah, I guess it couldn't hurt to sit on the couch for a while.
Yeah, close your eyes, just 5 minutes. Just a breather to catch up with. And then you'll be back on your feet and getting on with the
Right
day.
as rain.
And you both fall into a deep but not very restful sleep. Paul, you find yourself standing in a place that doesn't seem unfamiliar, and yet to somewhere that you really do not want to be in. The walls are like wet and warm and hard. The floor is like rocky and uneven. It's very, very dark. And there's a young woman hiding in an alcove just a few feet in front of you. She's very gaunt looking. Her eyes are all wide and staring. Her lips are all curled back and her gums like receded. Although she's, obviously young looking, she looks extremely haggard and stressed, malnourished even. Her hair's all like long and thin. And she's just sort of curled up in the corner of this alcove, shivering.
Imagining this dream sort of approach her.
And she turns around and she sees you, and her face, there's a flash of sort of recognition over it. What are you doing here? She says in a Edinburgh Scottish accent.
Sort of pausing for a moment, hearing a very familiar accent for the first time in quite as many years outside of his family. I'm sorry, who? As he's trying his best to try and place the voice.
She stands up and walks over to you and puts her hand on your chest. She only comes up to about, the bottom of your neck. You're never here though, apart from that day. We are dreaming, aren't we?
Well, as far as I can tell.
But you're never in my dream. Are you dreaming just now?
Sort of. He looks around the room. I just sat down on a couch and now I'm here.
So you look around, it's definitely not a room, it's a tunnel. It's not a very tall tunnel. And the end of the tunnel looks like it's turned into more of a cave.
By any chance, does it look like a cave under Edinburgh by at all?
Oh yes, you know this place very well.
Like, staring off into the dark cave for a moment, thinking he's hearing something and then bringing himself back and looking at the girl. Did I save you?
And she looks up at you and squeezes your shirt, your jacket with the one hand that she's got on your chest. She's like, yes, you did. I'd been here for so long, and you took me away. But I never left. You couldn't understand at the time. You couldn't have, and I couldn't tell you there wasn't time. But I can't leave. I'm always in here.
So Paul feels his eyes sort of. He started getting pulled to look down that cave, something like looking into an abyss. He forces himself to look at the woman. Surely you can always leave. And as he says it, he does not sound convinced in what he's saying.
She rolls up one sleeve in her arm, and you can see it's covered in the slashes and scars of self-harm and suicide, or attempts of suicide. She says, I've tried so many times. And even when I was away, I'm still here every night.
What's keeping you here?
She turns around at the sound that echoes through the tunnel. And then she like pushes against you hard. And she goes, run, we have to go now.
And sort of he backs a couple of moments. He's about to go run from, and then I'm guessing he can hear the noises and starts running. And if she's already started, he follows. And if she hasn't started, grabs her and pulls along with him.
Oh, she's in front of you, she's sprinting, and she just seems to be getting further and further ahead. And she turns around, she yells back, she's like, you must run, you have to run, we need to go now. And you run as hard as you can. You're pushing those feet down as fast as you can, as hard as you can. And as much as you try to run, you just don't seem to be going anywhere, not nearly fast enough. And you can hear the thing coming behind you, the breathing. It sounds like a group of people just like scattering, fumbling along the ground with all their different legs and feet and knees, scrabbling along the walls, trying to find purchase. And you can feel the pressure, the size of the thing as it takes up the volume of the passageway behind you. And it gets closer and closer, and the shadow looms over you even in the darkness. And then you find yourself waking up.
Just a second, just as I'm about to turn around, wake up back on the couch.
You're on the couch. It's like sleet raining outside against the window. There's like a flash of lightning without any thunder. Eric,
Oh, like,
sorry, Eric, you are on your boat, the boat that you arrived in America on. It's slowly tipping side to side with the soft lilt of the ocean. It's a warm summer's day. You can see Ollie like sat on the top deck, a handkerchief over his face, just sat back snoring. Michael's leaning over the side of the boat, just like staring at the water, prodding at it with one of the fishing poles. And Jans is up at the front of the boat, looking ahead across the ocean.
I think I'd go over to Jens and yeah, Jens, you're all right. I had this. I suppose it must have been a dream that we were all in some kind of terrible danger, and I thought we'd lost you.
Put your hand on his shoulder to turn him around, and he disappears, and the clothes that he was wearing just fall to the ground in front of you.
I look back to Ollie and Michael.
You turn around and you're standing on a long, dark concrete dock. Cold wind whipping across the North Atlantic water. Spray being kicked up. Hard rain falling down on your face. And off to the side on the pier is a man, the figure of a man that you recognise that one time you saw on the shoreline, staring off into the distance. You can only see the back of him. Long grey hair and a long, raggy looking dark green robe.
I'll try and get closer to the figure.
You step across, and the pier creaks and shakes slightly. It seems extremely aged and unsteady. The water beats against it below, and the water's like doing that slapping, chopping sound that it makes. But to you, it almost feels like it's hungry, as if it's like licking its chops and just waiting for the food to drop in.
I think I'll proceed towards the figure, but I'll go as carefully as I can, like watching that I really don't want to fall in here.
You walk over to the figure, and just before you reach him, he turns around, and he seems to be immensely tall, towering over you. And where his face should be is just this mess of mangled scar tissue and bone. He raises a long skeletal hand and reaches out right past your shoulder and your head, as if he's pointing behind you.
I'll look to see what he's pointing at.
And you can see the body that you'd rolled into the ocean before, and it's dragging itself along the pier, gasping and wheezing and choking on water as if it's drowning every time it stretches its arm forward.
You were dead. There was nothing else we could do. How is this happening?
The wood on the floor of the pier creaks again, but it's not just creaking, it's moaning. And you look down and you can see it's just covered in faces. They're all missing their eyes and their tongues, but they're all mouthing, and you can hear the sounds from them, the pain that they're in. And then one of them snaps and falls into the water. And the ocean hungrily laps it up. And then another cracks, and another. And in a moment you feel yourself dropping, falling, and just as you're about to hit that hungry mouth of the ocean, you wake up with a jolt.
Is Paul also awake at this point, or are we?
Yes,
like
you both
waking up
woke up at
separately?
exactly the same time.
But Paul, did we fall asleep? Did you see something?
Sort of, I imagine it's like we both like you're startled awake at the same time, and it's just that like staring over. I, someone I left back in Edinburgh was telling me, and I needed to run, and I needed to run fast. What about you?
I saw the body of a man from Tin City, but I don't know what any of this means. Why is it happening to us?
So if I can go back to the church now. So Gotta,
Hello.
yes. So what's his name now? Rocky. Rocky's standing there, knife in his hand, screaming at the ceiling. There's a body on the bed, or lying across from the bed in front of him, missing its head. There's a crumple of white powder and something beside him. Gerta, you're standing just a few feet away from him, and behind you at the door is Father Kruger, who has just walked in this scene. And he exclaimed, Gerta, what is going on here?
Well, Father, I came up and my friend here, he's like in shock. I think something happened to the woman.
In
It
shock.
was my
He's holding a knife, Gerta. What woman? What are you both even doing in here?
they were sleeping in here. I was downstairs sleeping, but they were sleeping because they couldn't get back to their house. And so I was downstairs. Hans will tell you, like, I was downstairs and then I came up here, and then my poor friend is in shock, and behind those blankets there's a body with no head.
A what?
I can't explain it further. I don't know what it is, okay?
Wait,
but
wait.
it's but if you look at it further, it's like it's all crumply. It's weird. It's all like old, and the person wasn't old. They're like a young woman. She's same age as
I
me.
don't know what you're saying. There's a body in here. Get away from that man. Tell him to drop that knife. You, sir. Points at you, Rocky.
Rocky's just wide-eyed and staring now from the ceiling towards Gerda and the priest. But he doesn't say anything. In fact, he's deathly quiet now.
This is his wife.
Listen,
Father.
like Gerta, please stand aside. You, sir, with the weapon. Drop that right now.
Father, please, you know me. I've been coming here since I was a wee girl. You know me. I never lie. I'm always honest with you. I'm being honest now. I walked into this room and there was like a body that was decomposed with no head.
We've got to get away from this man. Come stand over here with me. And you, I mean it.
Father,
Drop that weapon right now.
Father, what's called? He's just lost his wife. Please, can I do a compassion roll or like charismatic?
Yes, you can roll with 3 dice.
This church is kind of a tall building, right?
Yes.
Over the 6, I got a 6.
It's probably like 6 or 7 stories high in total, I think. But user on the second floor. Yes, so I mean, you're appealing for him to do what? Gerta, trust you?
Yeah, to trust me and just to go over and and check out the body, just check out the facts, and I believe the situation that it is.
Yeah, so he cautiously like circles around the bed, keeping his distance from Rocky, and he keeps motioning for you to step away from Rocky. Makes his way over to the side of the bed where the body is on the floor, lifts up the blanket.
I explained that I'm like, Father, Rocky, he woke up to her with no head. She was decomposed and had no head.
Drops the blanket as he stands up, and he moves quickly over to you, Gerta, and puts an arm around you. He's like, Gerta, get away from this man.
Does he get within arm's reach of me?
I'm imagining Gerta is a good 6 to 8 feet away from you, and so if he's going to get next to Gerta, that's where he is.
Okay, fair enough. I think Rocky's going to try to just clunk him upside the back of the head and just try to knock him out.
Father, just let Rocky go. Just let him go.
So what I will say is, I mean, you're a guy from the streets, and clunking somebody hard enough to knock them out isn't generally something you can do. So you would know that, especially since your character hasn't spent a lifetime watching movies.
I start shouting Hans to see if Hans is there.
The father wraps both arms around you, Gerta, and starts hauling you out of the door, or out towards the door. So what do you want to do, Rocky?
Father, we what's good? He's innocent. You can't what's called the situation. I know it's really odd and strange things have been happening. He's innocent.
Yeah, I think I just gotta make a break for it.
So you're just gonna run past him?
I think so. I think Rocky's just full on panic mode and is just it's obviously not a really good situation and it's definitely not gonna make me look innocent, but he's got a GTFO.
Okay, so you got to, the father believes you, or trusts you rather, like you said, but he's clearly scared for you at this point and thinks you're in danger. He's trying to haul you out there to protect you. He's got his like body between you and Rocky as he's pushing you out, and as much as you're pleading with him, he's like, you need to get out here. This isn't safe. And as he's doing that, Rocky, who's still holding his knife, starts charging towards the two of you because that's where the door is. And when he sees you charging towards the two of you, Rocky's going to let go of Gurta and he's going to turn around and he's going to try to smack you as hard as he can in the middle of the face.
Oh, Jesus.
So given your skills, I think you can roll 2 dice. Streetwise, what trait do you have for fighting? If at all.
Oh, the trait? I got, athletic, I'm quick, and dexterous.
Okay, so you do have 3 dice.
I do have trained, actually.
Yeah, you'll have 3 dice.
And I do have luck.
You could bump the 4 to a 6 with 2 luck if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so when he goes to throw a punch at you, I mean, you see it coming a mile off and you can react way before him, so what'd you do?
I probably, like bring one of my arms up and just sort of, push, essentially just sort of swat his hand away, and I just sort of, try to just continue just charging past him.
So deflect it and then just push him off to the side so you can get past him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he stumbles and he falls into one of the beds and you run past Gurta out of the door into the stairway.
Yeah, I just got to get as far away from here as I can. I think if I can make it out of this of the cathedral, I'm gonna try to. Wasn't there an address that Dr. Cavendish said to meet him?
The Brooklyn Ethical Society.
Yeah, I imagine that's probably a bit of a walk from here.
You're in Manhattan just now. You're not in Brooklyn, so yes.
Yeah, okay, well. I think priority 1 is just get away from that room.
So, as Rocky runs past you and he shoves the father to one side, Gurta, what'd you do?
I run after him because I'm like, are you okay? Like, just want to check the Rocky's okay.
Okay, so you're running after Rocky.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Like,
you run
are
down
you
the stairs and you
Are you
hear
okay? Are you okay?
you hear the father from the top of the stair yell down to you both. You'll never get away with this, you bastard.
I'm just like, he's innocent. He's innocent.
Gurta, come back here. And he's like banging the banister as he says it. The two of you get to the bottom of the stairs, run past the pews to the front door of the building.
Rocky, let's go and find the rest. Let's go and find Eric and Paul.
I don't. We have to get out of here. There's nothing.
Yeah, we're getting out of here. That's what I'm saying. Let's go and get Eric and Paul. Let's go and find where Eric and Paul are at.
What are they gonna do? It's in me.
Okay.
Give you a boop on the snoot.
Why can't? Well, is it not just better getting Eric and Paul, and then the four of us can go and find the Cavendish guy?
You are like having this discussion argument outside on the front stairs, yeah, of the building.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the rain's coming down hard. The sky is darkened over with clouds, and from the car that's parked immediately outside the building, Hans and another man step out of the door and pull their like jackets up tight around their necks. Hans is like, Gertie, what are you doing out here?
I'm going home, Hans. I'll speak to you later.
But you wanted a doctor for your friend. I brought him. This is Dr. Richter.
Do I
Do we know?
recognize that man or that name?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Do we recognize him?
Rocky might remember the name being mentioned earlier.
Was that not in the flat, the apartment?
Yes.
Was he not Dr. Richter?
No, but he mentioned Dr. Richter.
Oh yeah, he's the one that was gonna do like electro or like cut Angela open type of
Yes,
shit.
the psychiatrist that believed in cutting people open.
Well,
you know, I'm.
she's away. She's away now, so we've got to go. I need to go home. I can't find a meal. I need to go home.
Oh, well, I can drive you if you want.
No, it's fine. The walk will do me good.
You can't walk. It's miles away.
Thanks, Hans. I appreciate everything you do with the doctor and everything like that. Rocky's gonna walk me home, aren't you, Rocky?
I'm just gonna straight run and try to grab Richter and put my knife around his throat. And I'm just going to I've tried to hold him hostage, essentially grab him and hold him hostage real fast.
So Richter is 6 foot tall, broad shoulder, sort of mid-30s, and as a note here, I have great physical shape.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! Of course I pick a fight with the doctor. That's like
He's a very
badass.
handsome, charming, intellectual sort of look about him, very neat little square glasses. And as you grab him and push him against the car with your knife, could you roll with 2 dice?
Sounds like they rolled 720s on their character sheet.
Yeah, this motherfucker, fucking. I still got luck.
Yeah, you grab him, and I mean, he's a big guy. You expect him to be strong, but whoa, he is in good shape, and it's a real wrestle before you kind of pin him up against the vehicle. And perhaps the only reason you can actually make him stop just throwing you off at all is because you get the knife up against him. And as soon as that happens, he just sort of relaxes and slowly raises his hands. Now, buddy, there's no reason to get violent.
I completely ignoring him. I'll just shout out to Hans, put the keys in the car. Gerda, get in. And you, Richter, you're going to come with us, and you're going to tell me everything you know.
Okay, you're in charge here. Hans, give the man the keys. Be a good boy. Hans, who looks like a child being caught in the middle of two parents arguing, kind of just stretches his hands out with the keys towards Gerta.
We need to get Paul and Eric.
Later, Gerda. Right now, get in the car.
I want to see Paul and Eric. I think we should go to Tin City.
Well, Mr. Richter here knows something that we don't, and he's going to sing like a songbird, or I gut him and leave him in the river for all the little critters to slither around in, unless he's got a little something in him too. Maybe I should just cut him open right here, huh? Mr. Richter, what do you think?
As you say that, the man's head tilts just slightly knowingly at you. We can talk about anything you want to talk about, sir. There's no need for the knife. Let's just all get inside the car, and we can talk about anything you want to talk about.
Hans, do you know of this?
Hans is like petrified and almost shaking as he's like pushing the keys at you now, Gerta. Like, please take this responsibility away from me.
I think as Gerda just continues to talk to Hans, I think Rocky gets really frustrated, just shouts at Gerda, just get in the car.
Okay, I'm getting in the car. Okay, I'm getting in the car.
You take the keys and you get into the front seat, Gerta. I don't know if you've ever...
Can I like get in the car and then I just get in the car because I'm just at this moment in time I just want it sorted.
Yeah, you've got the keys. Are you going to the driver's seat?
Yeah, I'll go in the driver's seat. You guys sit in the back.
Yeah, we'll get nice and cozy in the back.
Yeah, Rocky and the dog.
I'm driving to Tin City just to see.
Okay, so
I'm
Rocky
not
and
telling them that.
Rocky and the doctor get in the back seat and you start up the engine. Hans just stands outside in the cold rain just staring at you all, not really knowing what to do or say.
Hans, just get in the car.
No, Hans can stay here.
He starts to get in the car by opening the door and then he hears you and he just freezes, not knowing what to do.
Hans, just get in the car, okay? Just get in the car, Hans, okay? Just get in the car.
Hans, if you get in this car, I'm gutting you first.
Hans just kind of looks at you, Gertie. He's like, I don't think I should get in the car, Gertie.
Hans, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm in a really, really bad situation. I don't know who to believe or what to do. So, can you not just get in the car and just be like, get in the car? Like Docky, just let him be in the car. He's not going to do anything. I've known this man since I was like a little girl. He's not going to do anything.
He's a lot safer out of the car.
Okay,
now,
okay.
turn
Okay.
it on and drive.
Okay, I'm going. Right, I'm driving to Tin City, just to see.
Yeah, you start driving off, and just as you do, you can see in the rear mirror the priest running out of the building, yelling up the street, and grabbing his son, just like shaking him. So you take the car and you drive along towards through Brooklyn, down to Tin City. So as they're driving, what are you doing?
I'm definitely keeping the knife like trained on Dr. Richter, and I'm obviously not stable in any way, shape, or form, but I am hoping to use that to my advantage at this stage, and I don't even really take stock in where Gerda's driving. At this stage, I don't really care. Rocky is just going to just keep his knife on Dr. Richter and is just like, start talking. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. I need you to spill your guts before I do.
I'm afraid I don't know exactly what you're talking about, sir, but if there's something particular you want to discuss, I'm open to it.
What's called, I drive to Paul's house.
Yeah, I mean, it'll take a little bit of time to drive down there, so they will definitely have time to talk while that's happening.
You and Cavendish. What do you know?
Oh, so you know Dr. Cavendish? Okay.
Don't play coy with me, all right? I know what you two are up to.
And
what are you putting in people?
Oh, so you do know. You said something interesting back there on the stairs. You said that it was in you now. What did you mean by that?
I just sort of press the blade into his skin just a little bit. Just a little bit harder. Just don't play with me. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
And I'm happy to discuss it in great detail. I'm just trying to ascertain the exact situation at the moment. What did you mean when you said that?
You people put something in my wife, and it killed her. And then it's somehow wormed its way into me.
I don't want to aggravate you in any way here, sir, but perhaps you could be a little more detailed. It wormed into you? How precisely?
Don't know. I think just like that sort of like probably like loosens his grip on him as like Rocky's just really trying to struggle mentally. But he just kind of pushes through it. It's just like, I don't know. It was in her, and then I thought I was dreaming. I might be dreaming right now. I don't know what's real anymore.
I see. And your wife, who was the one that had something inside of her, and she transferred it to you. Where is your wife now?
It's a pile of skin and blood.
Really? And so I'm assuming you made physical contact with her?
Yes.
I see. Well, that is interesting. Yes, I believe there's a lot we can talk about. Mr. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Just dig the blade in just a little bit harder again. Just probably to just cut the skin just barely. It's just, that doesn't matter right now. You're going to tell me what needs to happen to fix this.
Oh, well, it's quite simple, my friend. In much the same way that something was transferred to you, it must be transferred out of you. And I believe me and my colleagues can do that for you. I believe it was offered previously to you by Dr. Cavendish to do such a service for your wife. I'm sorry that she's... whatever happened to her. I feel like that's unnecessary. And things didn't have to happen the way they did.
You took her. You people took her off the streets and put your little fucking worm inside of her.
Are we near Tin City yet?
Not quite yet.
You inflicted this on her, and you're going to blame me?
I never said such a thing, my friend. I was simply stating the facts of the case as they are. But But I believe there's something we can do for you now, if you will accept our aid.
No. That's not what this is gonna. You're going to fix everything, and I'm going to decide whether you live or die afterwards.
Of course, you are in charge here.
Because as far as I'm aware, you people murdered my wife, stole everything that made me happy in this world from me. All for what? Your little fucking science experiment?
Well, it's A great deal more than that, my friend. First of all, you're speaking of things that please you in this world. But what if I was to tell you that there is much more than this world? And that there are experiences and pleasures that can be known far beyond the things that you can know in this world, this plane of existence. And that thing that you are carrying inside of you, that power, that is the key to unlocking it.
We don't want any of that. We are Christian. Well, I am Christian, and I want things normal. Like, I want my friends to be normal. I want, like, everyone to be normal. That's not normal, having something that he's got something inside him. It's not normal.
You see an extremely condescending smirk on the man's face. Yes,
God will not be happy about this.
Well, that is certainly a matter of perspective, my dear.
I pray for your soul.
I would say there is a being of great power who will be very pleased by this turn of events.
Well, I don't think it's right. Things like this are not supposed to happen to people. People have their loved ones. If other people want to experiment on themselves and do things on themselves, then that should be their prerogative. But when it comes to other people's lives that are at stake, this is a person, this is a human being. They don't want to become some sort of insect or some sort of subhuman.
And he seems to forget he has a knife at his throat for a second as he leans forward quite angrily to snap back at you. And what of the greater good? What about the species of man? Is one life not insignificant in terms of advancing us as a whole?
No, it's not. It's just the way humanity is. We come into this world born, and then we go out of it in death. And it's not what's good. It shouldn't be through supernatural occurrences.
Supernatural.
What you
small-minded women.
What you are doing is an abomination. You are an abomination. You are doing the devil's work.
I think, Dr. Richter, it's best if you focus more on the imminent retribution rather than worrying about some whatever higher power you prescribe to. I'm here, and I'm not letting you just go off without giving me exactly what I want.
And what exactly is it that you want, sir?
For starters, I'd like to have your key, whatever that means, out of me. And then I would like some justice for what's happened to me and my family.
Well, the justice we can certainly see about some sort of financial recompensation.
We're here. I can see Paul's house.
Okay, so from the street, yes, you can see the lane where Paul's little hovel is.
Right, I'm gonna run down to see if Paul's there.
You run down to Paul's little hovel, you bang on the door, and a young boy answers. Not more than 14, 15 years old.
Is your dad in?
Oh, no. I've not seen him all day.
Is your mum in?
No, she's out looking for him.
Okay.
Who are you?
I need your help. I'm your dad's friend.
Oh, okay.
Paul Cummings. I need your help.
Okay.
You come with me?
I'm really not supposed to leave.
What are you gonna do to Paul's son?
I'm really not supposed to leave the house. There's no one here to watch our stuff. We were robbed the other night.
Ah, okay. Do you mind if we come into your house? I've got 2 other people. We're not going to rob you or anything like that. I've got money. Can give you.
That's
I
what a
can give
robber
you.
would say.
I can give you $1.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yo, Paul, you need to teach your kids some stranger danger. I'm just saying.
He's like, shit, hold buck.
But you need to stay. You need to stay with the house. So
Oh, yeah, I can't leave.
yeah. I run up to see the both of them, and I'm like, we can go into Paul's house. Paul's not here at the moment, but we can go into Paul's house.
But why are we going into Paul's house?
Because it's going to be private. And if you want to talk to him, are you not wanting to talk to him in a private place?
The man sort of leans forward to look out the window himself. House? Here?
I fucking shove him back, and I definitely just very insistently go. You're gonna forget everything you're hearing about from now until I say so. Gerda, we're not doing this here. And this is probably like the first sane thought that Rocky has in his head at the moment. Like, no, that we can't trust this thing. Because I'm not even going to call you a man at this stage. You're probably some fucking worm, parasite thing pretending to be a human. We're not, no. He's going to fix this now. As in right now.
Okay, we need Paul and Eric. We need, like, the 4 of us together.
Well, I don't know where they are, but if they're not here, they're somewhere else.
Where did your dad say he was going to be?
I think he's helping someone with a job somewhere. But that was yesterday.
Did they? Where did they say they were taking the van, Gerda?
They didn't say where they were taking the van. They said they were just going to, like, dump it in a lake. Do we see Paul and Eric at any point in, like, Tin City?
So, Paul and Eric, where do you go? Where do you do after you wake up?
I think I would probably look to see if there's a clock that we could see how long we've been asleep for.
You fell asleep for a little under 12 hours.
Oh, that
Paul
must
would
feel
probably
great.
just be like, I need to see Agnes and the kids. I've been too long from them.
Okay, I understand. I think we probably should try and leave via the back way, though. It's going to look weird if we leave through the front desk after this length of time.
I've just done a shift. Easiest shift I've done in a while.
So you two are sneaking out the back.
I don't think so much sneaking is just sort of just strolling out.
Okay, but avoiding the doorman at the front.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure there's like a side entrance to the building. I don't think
Like
they do.
the staff door, because I'm pretty sure the staff don't go in the front door.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're going to find yourself in the cold air. Nighttime, obviously. Raining very heavily. Yeah. These aren't too far from Tin City for walking. Although you could just catch a trolley car.
Is the van still there? I mean, should we take the van?
The van is still there, yeah.
What do you think, Paul? Should we just leave the van, or do you want to take it with us? I mean, we would be quicker if we drove, I guess.
Well, Paul sort of would look at the van, look at how long it would take to walk back, and probably he really wants to see his wife. So let's just take the van.
You just get back in the van. Nobody's stolen it, remarkably. The front seat is sodding wet from the rain coming through the broken window. So it's not very comfortable to sit on, but I mean, you've been comfortable for the last 12 hours. Well, your body has. Your mind has been wide awake and full of terrors. Yeah, so you just turn around and you drive down towards Tin City. So as Gerta and Rocky are having this discussion, just kind of through the car window, you see just like headlights shining through the front windscreen as a van pulls up in front of you both.
Do we recognize the van?
I think we recognise the people in the van.
Yeah, once the headlights are turned off and your eyes adjust, you can see it's Paul and Eric.
I'm just like crying because I'm just like happy to see like Paul and Eric, and I just like run to the van, open the door, and I'm just like I'm so happy to see you guys. Oh, I'm just like really emotional. I'm like just like really upset.
Why are you here? Is Agnes all right? And Paul would probably push past Greta.
And it just
Greta.
your boy is in, but nobody else.
Boy.
Yeah, Paul just like pushes past you.
Angela, she's dead.
Paul doesn't even really hear that as he's already like ran past you down the lane towards his little hovel.
For sure.
You throw open the door, Paul, and your boy's standing there like holding the dollar up in front of the fire, just to check that it's like genuine.
He's got his priorities.
Sort of just look around, can't see Agnes. It's like probably go over and immediately just hug his son. Just pick him up, just give him a massive hug.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, hi, Dad. So, what happened to you?
Job just took longer than expected. Too hard to expect. Where's your mother?
She was getting really worried, so she went to look for you.
Did she say whereabouts she's going so I can get her?
She said like the usual spots, where the guys hang out and talk and drink. She thought maybe you got drunk or something.
Paul sort of nods over. He's about to head out and he sort of stops. Do you need anything?
He like shoves something in his back pocket. He's like, no, I'm good.
I'm trying to think. I don't think Paul would have even seen the dollar. I think he's just too distracted. Probably would say like, hold up, and probably reaches into his pockets, probably grabs a couple of dollars worth of change, and probably just get something to look after yourself. Here, just sort of hands him the handful of change that he's got.
His eyes go massive as he cups all these pennies and quarters and nickels.
I imagine like a couple dollars worth of change.
He's like, yeah, sure. What do you want me to tell Mum when she comes back?
Tell her, hopefully I see her when she comes because I hell to pay. I'm just gonna go around all the spots. Eventually I'll come back here and he looks at his wrist. There's no watch there. For some reason he's looking at his wrist. A couple of hours, I'll be back here again.
Just nods his head.
Have you got
okay.
Have you got some rope? Paul, I'm like run down to the house again. Have you got some rope, Paul? We need rope.
Sort of, stares around the house to see if there's any.
And he's like, oh yes, I'm homeless. I don't have anything.
Is there any wire? Here. Like, is there any sort of wire, like a long wire that we can...
Okay, he doesn't have rope. He definitely doesn't have wire.
This is a very
Is there anything that... Is there anything like even outside or anything that they can like use?
Okay, so I want to say this is a homeless shanty town. Anything
Alright,
that's
and
worth
then-
anything is gone.
Okay. Alright, okay. Jeez.
If he has rope, it's probably being used to tie, like, you know, a wall to the ceiling or something.
People only have
Yeah.
rope here to like hang themselves.
I imagine it's not even rope. Like rope's quite an expensive thing. I imagine it's
Yes.
just improvised nails and stuff,
Yeah, like
like
twine.
sleeper rails and stuff that's been used. Like,
Exactly.
it's
Pulled out
really
old
odd
fences
job
and stuff like that, yeah. That's actually literally what happened. They hired a bunch of the guys to remove the fences for one of the dockyards, and they just hauled it all away and used that to build their shacks.
Right. Well, can we rip a bit of the seating of the van, so that the materials, so that we can make a sort
Get
of
the remove the belt tire from the
no,
motor.
the build. I'm talking about the actual seat, like just like a bit, rip a bit of the chair, the seat, and the car seat, the van seat.
Eric, you will notice when Gerta's... Well, she ran off after Paul, but you'll obviously notice that Rocky is in the back seat of this car, and who knows where they found the car, because there doesn't seem to be anyone else driving it. And Rocky's in the
Eric-
back there with a knife to a guy's throat.
Eric, don't go in there.
You're down there with Paul. You cannot be both places at once.
Right, okay.
Teleporting Gerda.
Okay. I know.
I will say Rocky probably makes like eye contact with Eric and just shakes his head, just very slightly shakes his head no.
Yeah, I think I will probably know better than to approach the car at this point. I think I know that whatever's going on in there is not something I want to be involved with.
Everything here is legit.
And you
Yeah,
may...
this is just a normal day.
And Eric may notice that Angela isn't in the car either, doesn't appear to be here. But I don't know if Eric's mind is starting to go to, oh, I'm right next to where the guys are. I'm going to have to tell them.
Yeah, probably starting to think about that at this point. I mean, it does look to me like we're coming to some sort of a head here, so yeah. I'll probably check to see what's happening with Paul at this point, just before I go to, just to let him know what we're gonna do before I go over to tell the other guys what's happened.
Okay, yeah, so you walk down and Paul's there, just kind of come out the house. Gerta has accosted him and is ranting about ripping car seats for rope.
Eric, Angela, she's dead. We went to the church, and I
Also,
was
hi.
sleeping on the. Oh, hi. And I was sleeping in the pew, and they were upstairs in the attic, and then I heard a yell, and then I went upstairs, and then Angela's body was like, there was no head, and it was just really strange and just really scary. There was just like a body in the bed with no head, and there was no head to be found in the room.
Also, the front half of the body was ripped open.
And the front half of the body was ripped open like the others.
I think a few days ago this would have shocked me to the core, but considering everything we've been through, if you tell me that, somehow I'm strangely not surprised at this. It's terrible to hear. That it's a great shame that something's happened to her that's left her this way, but yeah, somehow I'm not surprised at all.
And then also the guy that Rocky's got like a knife to his neck. He's Dr. Richter. Remember Dr. Richter? He was the one that was going to cut out the thing from Angela, or do some sort of experiment on Angela. And
I see.
basically, Rocky's got the thing inside him from his interaction with Angela.
He's got the thing is in him.
The thing is in him. Yes. He's not speaking to Dr. Richter because it's hardly speaking with a knife at his throat, but he's like trying to persuade him to get the thing out of him and but the doctor keeps on saying that it has to be transferred, which made me really, really anxious because he was like looking. I felt like I could feel his eyes in the back of my head, and I was like, I hope he's not going to transfer that into me. I was like, oh my goodness.
I see.
It has to go to someone, and that's how they get rid of it. So they just pass it along, apparently.
Eric, you can see what looks like a wee girl, like just walking, staggering more so, up from the water edge, coming up the lane.
I take it she doesn't look all right.
I mean, it's very dark here. There's no like lights really. It's just faint lights from fires and things like that. But the way she's walking, it looks like she might be hurt or something.
I'll probably go over to ask if she's okay.
You walk down to speak to her, and she seems to be just like staring past you. And she's just like arms draped, hanging by her side. She's just kind of swaying side to side as she's walking along. You can see she's missing one shoe. Her clothes look kind of tattered and torn. She's dripping wet with seawater.
She doesn't seem to respond if I try to speak to her at all.
Not straight away, and then she's almost like kind of wakes up and then looks up at you, sort of confused.
Are you all right? What's happened to you?
She answers you with a Scottish accent. I need to go home.
Where's your home, though?
She points up towards where Paul and Gutta are standing.
Paul, is this your daughter?
You turn around, Paul,
Or-
and you recognise her instantly.
Is the woman from his dream?
No, it's your daughter.
Right, okay, just checking.
And maybe a second in the darkness where you're kind of like seeing the woman's face before you register it's your daughter.
Rushes over and just sort of hugs her.
She's soaking wet, freezing cold.
I'm probably, I want to say like he'd probably like swoop her up and carry her home.
Yeah. She looked frightened for a second when you swoop her up, and then she just wraps her arms around you and hugs you as tight as she can.
Come on, roaring fire. We'll see if we can get your book. Get you right and sorted as right. Like immediately, like, the dad comes out.
What's wrong, darling? What's wrong, honey? And where have you been?
So
I can see.
she starts crying and saying to Paul that she's just really scared. They went and took Mum. She doesn't know where they went. They tried to take her, but like she fought them off and ran into the water.
First things first. You're the strongest girl I've ever known. Your mum's a tough cookie. You don't know where was she taken.
I don't know where they took her.
That's
It's
fair.
these
That's fair.
scary men with no faces.
Where do you know where this happened? Where you ran from?
Yeah, and she like points in the direction, describes the pier. It's the one where you and your son found the body.
Right. I need to take you home. Don't worry. He's there. He'll look after you. And I need to go and get your mother.
And she starts screaming, "No, no, don't leave me."
Oh, you know what your mother will do if I didn't do it. Come on, you can be strong.
Your wee boy like grabs her and hugs her and tries to wrap a blanket around her.
That's right. Sort of, points to his son and says, "Look after her."
Nods gravely.
And probably, picks up like most likely there's some form of heavy club in the house.
Yes, I would think so.
And he picks it up, gives it to his son, gives him a very stern look and a strong nod. More in the lines of, I need you to look after your sister.
Yeah, you know what to do.
And you know what to do if there is anyone that tries to come in by force.
Yes, he nods, he understands.
And probably picks up something else formidable and comes back outside to everyone. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm going for Agnes. You can come with me if you want, but I'm going for Agnes.
No, we can come with you. Let's take the van right up to the pier. Eric, can you come with us as well? Then let's get this Dr. Richter. It's obviously something to do with him. He's involved in this shady malarkey.
Okay, but I'll need to go and speak to my crewmates a moment first. I'll be with you shortly.
Right, you
think Richter's involved in them kidnapping Agnes?
Yes, definitely.
Paul goes straight for him.
Yeah, Paul runs up the little lane up to the car, throws open the car door, leans right inside and grabs the guy by the scruff of the neck.
I don't think grabs by the scruff of the neck, but probably gets right into his face because obviously there's a knife pushed against the guy's neck, And
I feel like
what did you do to my wife?
I feel like there's this sort of weirdly protective, no, this is my prisoner.
Yeah.
Sort of reaction for Rocky.
What are you doing, Paul? You're going to fuck everything up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. This is my piece of meat. You get your own. But yeah, at hearing that, yeah, Rocky will definitely kind of hold him up and just sort of prop him up and make sure that the knife is still very, very he doesn't forget about it as he hopefully answers this question.
Yeah, I mean, he looks startled, intimidated. Sir, I don't know who you're talking about or what you're talking about.
Those faceless bastards have took my wife and I was told you were involved. And he's roaring, he is fury incarnate. His face is red, his wife's been taken and is oofed.
I'm quite sure, sir, I don't know anything about where your wife is or who's taking her.
Where do they take them?
He looks at you, Rocky, as if you're his friend or something. He's like,
oh, fuck that, no.
He's
no, fuck that, I'm false side.
He's like, who is this vagabond?
Yeah, no, the knife definitely digs in just a little bit more. And Rocky goes, where do you, the people that you take to put these things in, where do you take them?
I already told you, I'm perfectly willing to take you there to show you. That's not a problem.
You either tell me where it is, or I'm going to take that little thing that he's got in your neck and I'm going to stick it right up your dick and right up their fork so you tear you in half. Proper shouting at him, and he's wrenching his hands in front of his face. You can hear the strain in his joints, with not cracking, just strain and creaking in his hands with the amount of force he's putting in his wrists.
He just takes a while to fix his glasses, which are all out of shape. There's no need for the shouting. There's no need for a knife in my neck. I'll take you where you want to go. It's not an issue. There's a house a few miles outside the city in Long Island. It belongs to Dr. Hughes. That is where they will be.
And that's where we're going.
Wait, Dr. Hughes? Wasn't that the guy that got Angela out of the hospital? Or there was a good doctor. I keep forgetting this fucking name. Oh wait, no. Never mind. I got my shit all mixed up.
Yeah.
He's the hotel guy. Wait.
You've
The
heard the
Mexico
name
guy.
Dr. Hughes recently, or Rocky and Paul have, because it was mentioned briefly in that basement.
Oh my god, there's so many things to keep track of. I
Oh,
really need to
by
get better
the
at taking notes.
by the corpse monster.
By the worm man. Maggot man, however you want to describe him.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Wait, so is that the house that he's talking about again?
No, he's talking about a house in Long Island.
Okay, and it's just being owned by this Dr. Hughes. Okay. Sorry. Preoccupied with trying to.
I can
Yeah,
imagine the two of your
kill
characters
this
like
guy.
talking over this guy, confused, discussing who's who, what, and he's sitting in the middle, just this look in his face, like, oh my god, these idiots.
It's probably like he's like there's a brief conversation where Paul is probably saying the corpse man centipede thing, and then it's like Rourke's trying, and it's
Honestly, as Paul has said multiple times, it's been a long fucking day. Okay, yeah. So
he's
okay,
like,
so
I assure you, gentlemen, there's no need for the violence or the weapons or the yelling. I am quite happy to take you where you want to go.
Paul, like hears. Eventually, it sounds as if he heard him for the first time after a very in-depth conversation with Rourke. I think he got a conversation, and it turns back to Rourke. Did he do something to Angela?
not directly. I don't think. It's really. I don't know really what happened. It's kind of a.
Your wife, Angela, if that was her name, she's one of the blessed, and she was given a gift to mankind from creatures beyond our world, beyond the stars.
Paul reaches his hand in front of him, just not to like punch him or anything, just to stick his hand in front of him to stop him from talking. How have you not killed this guy yet?
I don't know.
Because I've only talked to him for about a couple of minutes, and already I want to pull his head off and throw it out of the car.
I really don't think this is gonna be this is gonna be his last day. I don't know why or how or what's going to happen next, but whatever was in Angela, I think hatched, and it's now crawling around in my skin. And he knows something, he knows things, and he's going to help us because it's the last thing he's going to do on this Earth, planet, whatever it is. Right, Doctor?
Yes.
Paul sort of
Whatever you
know,
want.
looks at Rourke and takes. It's first thing he moves. Like, looks back at the doctor. Is Rourke gonna survive?
I don't see any reason why he shouldn't.
We need to get to that house now.
Yeah. I take it they took. Yeah, let's go. And I'll still, like, I'm not letting this dude out of my hands whatsoever. Like, I'm glued to him. The knife in hand as well. Just, like, he's not leaving my grip at all.
So the Gerta and Eric go to this pier to look at it, or did you guys follow him back up to the car?
And we followed him back up to the car.
Okay, so he's just standing in the car while they two are yelling and having this discussion.
I think, like, we need to just go in the van.
It seems like the only course of option left to us, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, we sort of accidentally stole this car, so it's probably best if we just stole the van again. At least there's not going to be a recent police call looking for the van.
Is there... what's called my blouse has some ribbon on it, and I just like pull the ribbon off of it, because you can use that as like ties to tie them up.
I'm just imagining him with this pretty bow tying his hands together.
Sure, you can do that.
Right. Can one of you guys like tie this to him?
Yeah, I imagine while you're transferring from car to van, you just like tie him up. You just open up the back of the van to throw him in. And upon seeing all the stuff, the gear, the equipment, apparatus in the back of the van, you can hear him sort of like softly swear to himself. Where did you come across this?
No, that doesn't matter. What do you know about this shit?
This apparatus, it'll vaguely like the apparatus we have.
It was glowing.
Really? Was your wife involved?
Angela. Her name is Angela.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. So she was. What was she doing? What happened?
She was fucking screaming in pain. What the fuck is all this?
Well, I need to get a closer look, and he hops into the back of the van to get a closer look.
I make sure that I have a handful of whatever like jacket he's got on.
Uh-huh.
I'm not letting go.
Oh, the craftsmanship on these is exquisite. And the etchings. Where did you come across this?
We looted it from a ship.
A ship. Here in New York City?
Do I look like I travel much?
Well, your accent is a little strange.
I took this all the way from Scotland just to here, just for your lovely mug. Of course we found it bloody here.
I see. And may I ask who it belongs to?
No, you don't. You may not. Fucking answer. What does it do? What is all this?
Well, I can't say for certain what it does or what it's for, but I can hazard a guess to the similarity to the experiments that we've been running, and that Edwards is involved in. I told you we're dealing with beings from another world.
That apparently you don't know anything about.
We know a great deal of various species. There are many of them, just as there are many species in our world. But in order to access the plane that they exist on, requires specialist equipment. Our forefathers believed it to be a form of magic, but there is quite definitely a science behind it. Rules that can be followed in order to recreate the circumstance and effect. And equipment such as this, the motions with his head, because his hands are tied behind his back, is similar to the equipment that I have seen used to operate, to access such places.
You've seen used. You don't use your own equipment?
There's a hierarchy in order to things. We each have our part to play in the process.
What exactly is your part in all of this, in your little club?
I'm a specialist of the mind. I'm there to observe and study, to make sure that the well-being of those involved is maintained.
Well-being. So
Yes.
taking random girls off the street, random people off the street. Do you watch out for their well-being too?
You'll understand soon enough that there are things much larger at play here than the comings and goings of mere individuals.
I really hope for your sake, Dr. Richter, that you're absolutely right. Because if I'm not convinced, I'm skinning you alive.
Yes, well, we should be on our way, shouldn't we?
I think that's a really good idea.
We'll want to be there before dawn.
What? Why?
Well, if you want to see how things operate at their full splendour, it must be undertaken at night.
And their
Right.
full splendor.
Rules. Yeah. All right. Well, I assume we have the address, so we could probably just go ahead and head on straight there.
He can give you directions, yes.
Okay.
You're in the
wait,
back with
Eric.
him, Rocky, I take it.
Oh yeah. No. Like I said, my hands do not leave him.
Who's driving? Who's in the
Eric's
wet?
driving. I'm in the front
I was
with
going
Eric.
to say, who's in the wet, cold, freezing seat? She's like, it's Eric.
I think just before can we just assume that before we left, I went to tell the others.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't know if I would tell them everything, but I would probably say that I've been involved in a dangerous job at the moment, and it's I'm going to be okay. You might not see me for a while, and you might not see Jens for a while, but I want you to take this for me, and I give them. I think I got like $10 from the one of the jobs that we did. It's in like, take this, and if you don't see me for quite a while, then I want you to try and get as far away from here as possible. Try and use this towards like the ticket home, and then like after I've said as much as I can to them, I'd also ask if they have any more of the moonshine around the place, and I'd like to take as much of that with me as possible.
Okay, so they give you a bottle of moonshine, but when you're saying that you're at the end stages, they're very concerned. And Ollie, usually the big, jolly, friendly guy, he goes really serious. And it's like, what do you mean, Eric? Why wouldn't we see you? Where is Jens?
I need to go and help him with something. I know it sounds bad, but hopefully, if everything goes okay, we'll explain it to you in a day or two. We'll be all right. But
No.
you guys take care of yourselves, okay?
No, don't be ridiculous, Eric. We'll come with you. We're not going to leave you to do something dangerous by yourself.
No, it's okay. I don't want to get you guys dragged into anything. I'd feel better if you guys wait here, and everything will be okay in a day or two.
Michael gets up, and he's a smaller man. And he's like putting his reaching up to put his hand on your shoulder. And he's like, "No, Eric, really. If there's something that you need help with, we're always here for you. At least take Ollie with you."
I think it would mean more to me to know that you guys aren't involved in this. To be honest, I would prefer to know that you're here waiting for when I get back.
What interpersonal skills do you have?
I have understand. Just a second, I'll check sheet. I have understanding, respected, and strong-willed. If
Okay.
those would
Do
be
you have
right.
charismatic as a trait?
I don't have charismatic. I do have reassurance.
Okay, roll 2 dice for me. Begrudgingly, yes, they will stay behind as you wish, just because out of trust and respect for you. But they're obviously really concerned for you, and they're worried. Yeah, out of respect for you and trusting your judgment, they'll stay behind if that's what you want them to do.
Yeah, I think I would feel better if they're not involved in this. So.
Yeah, so they give you your bottle of moonshine. They refuse to take all of the money. They just take 8 out of $10, and they wish you good luck and hope to see you soon.
Yeah, so I hope to see them soon as well.
And you can't help but think as you leave the house, walking up the lane towards the car, is your body going to be left behind in a cold floor of a mansion somewhere? And then Gertrude tells you you're driving and you have to get into the cold wet seat.
Good times.
Sorry, man.
That's alright.
Yes, so you drive east out of Brooklyn to the suburbs, to the farms beyond the suburbs, because the city hasn't reached that far yet, and towards what would one day be, the houses of the elite, the wealthy. Right now, many of those are still under construction, and they're still farms yet to be converted and sold off. You leave the mushy grey slush of the city back into the pristine snow of the semi-countryside. But for you, this feels very like the journey you had just made, leaving civilization into a dark wilderness where things stalk around houses in the middle of the night, unseen. Is there anything you want to ask Dr. Richter while you have him at your disposal?
You said this thing is a key to whatever dreamland you're talking about. How does that work?
Well, my understanding of it is somewhat rudimentary. I'm not a physicist, but from what we can tell, that they exist on a plane of existence that lies beyond ours. It doesn't obey the same rules and physicality. There's more emphasis placed on the mind and how it's used. Your dreams, your thoughts, and how they can be manifested and made real and affect things on a physical realm. But to access
Does it also affect?
There you go.
Does it also affect time?
Yes, it affects time greatly. It warps and distorts it, stretches it, squeezes it and condenses it. Time does not exist the way many of us think it does. It's far more fluid and malleable. And there are some beings that have great dominion over it. But to access these lands, it's a tall order for mortals such as ourselves, which is why equipment such as this. But this time, Rocky, the equipment started to glow again, and parts of it started to spin slowly, and that really grating, nauseating, ringing tinnitus kind of sound is starting to rise in volume again.
Does that affect everyone or just Rocky?
You can all hear and see it, but it's stronger around Rocky.
I think I'm gonna try to just kind of tough it out and not react too much. Like I'm pretty sure if anything, I just sort of like grip a little harder, kind of breathe a little heavier, just trying to push through it and ignore it.
Can everyone do a stress test for me, though?
Is it okay if I say no?
No.
Well, that definitely beats my stress.
I'm not stressed.
I think Gertrude and Paul
I'm
are
not
okay.
stressed.
Eric, because you're in the cold seat with the window open, you're in just the worst position, man.
He's all like, it's like I'm back in Sweden again.
Yeah, I'll mark another one.
But yes, it is, Fraxton is a tall order and it requires a lot of preparation and study, equipment, and yes, indeed, sacrifice.
Does he seem to react as the equipment kind of comes to life again?
Yes, but he just seems interested, like a child with a new toy.
He's just observing. I think Rocky will, especially whenever he says sacrifice, I'll just, once again, making sure he knows the knife is still there. Rocky will ask him, I was like, have you ever been blessed, like you said Angela was?
Not in the same manner, no.
But you've got something in you? A key? Or no?
Only a select few can inherit these gifts.
That's awful convenient, isn't it?
No, quite the opposite. It's extremely inconvenient. It takes a great deal of effort must be expended to find suitable subjects that can wield these things and carry them to fruition.
And you just kill them. Let the little critters out.
We're not barbarians, we're not killing anyone. But yes, there are unfortunate incidents, and not every outcome can be accurately predicted. But these are things that must be overcome in the name of science, in the name of progress. It's for the greater good.
I don't believe in science.
Well, it must be awfully inconvenient of you to live in a world where science is in fact a fact. You're now in a vehicle being propelled along by science.
There's no science in that.
Kind of just rolls his eyes at you.
Like I said, God will punish you. I pray for your soul.
I can assure you, madam, my soul has been well catered for.
No, you think it is, but with some demons inside you, your soul is slowly but surely dissolving.
Your beliefs are so close to the truth, but they are taking the wrong perspective of things. And if you believe in a God that is omnipresent and yet has no physical form, there's no evidence of it actually existing. There are beings of such power I can show you, that I can point at, and you can see and reach out and touch them and feel them, and they can communicate with you.
I don't need to communicate with these types of things. Humans are enough for me.
But what if we could be so much more than what we are?
Well, look at Angela.
Well, I can't,
She's
unfortunately.
not here.
I would very much wish to, but unfortunately I cannot.
And she's not here. And look at Rocky. He's a broken man. He's got one of those things in him that, he was supposed to have a nice life with his wife. And then you have the person as well that was like, his Nancy and her husband.
Who?
Nancy died. Nancy.
I'm afraid I don't know an Nancy.
Nancy was with Angela. She was one of the girls. Do you not remember
Oh,
everyone?
yes, the woman. Yes, I recall her.
And you killed her too. She's dead.
I did no
And
such
her
thing.
husband.
I
Well, her
never laid
husband.
never laid a finger on her.
Well, your kind killed her.
My kind. He scoffs.
Yeah, your signs kind.
You see a man who's broken. Look at him though. Look how revitalized he is. He's positively glowing with health. And you do feel physically very good, Rocky.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Probably-
Just,
Probably
mentally.
better and stronger than you've ever felt before in your life.
Yeah, let's not talk about me anymore, Dr. Richter. Worry about yourself.
Yes. So you take the drive through the snow and the woods. The roads are being ploughed, so they're not like all snowed in.
Tell me, Doctor. Hans. Is Hans involved?
Oh, dear Lord, no. Such an innocent, sweet man. No. He has no involvement with my colleagues and I.
Why do you put him in such a position?
A position? No, my dear, he's been educated. He's fraternizing with intellectuals and people far above his regular peers. The young man has been enlightened. And he's a thirst for knowledge and very eager to learn. It's a shame he is of subpar intelligence.
Hans is more human than you are. He's a kind and generous soul, and has more compassion. He would never do this to people. If he knew what you were doing, he would condemn it.
Perhaps, but that is why men such as him do not strive for progress. They do not push the envelope, so to speak. If we were all like the hands of the world, I dare say we'd still be living in caves.
I don't think so.
As you approach, you can see this big stone manor sitting at the end of this massive long garden, which is covered in snow. An area around it, maybe 20 feet or so, the snow just stops in a sort of oval shape around the building. There's just no snow at all, and there's no snow on the building at all itself. You can see several cars already parked outside as you approach. So, what do you want to do?
Well, I say we have a hostage at the moment. By the sounds of Dr. Richter here, at least, we'll be welcomed like family, huh? Everything will be all hunky-dory, they'll fix everything.
If you allow me to explain the situation, yes.
Oh, please do. What is the situation right now?
Well, you're obviously here as my guest and you've brought your friends along. The gentleman here wishes to know the whereabouts of his missing wife, which I'm sure we can locate.
I also need to know something as well. I haven't heard from my friend Emile. Is she there?
I'm sorry, I don't know the name.
Emile?
Yes, I'm sorry. I make it a matter of principle not to get to know the subjects.
It's a lot easier to lead them to the slaughterhouse when you don't name them.
She's around my age.
Unfortunately, my dear, there's a great many participants around your age. But we can certainly have a look.
Is this where you take them to put that stuff in them.
That's generally why we're here, my dear. Yes. So, and you just pull up. I'm assuming you pull up at the front. Goose.
I mean,
Eric, what do you think of the situation? What's your thoughts?
I don't think we can rely on the good doctor as a hostage. I've never seen anyone so unconcerned about their own lot as this man seems to be.
I don't know if I trust this situation. We need to do it, but I'm very nervous about this. Do you think there's a back entrance that we can go in? I don't think we should go in, in the front door. I think that's just going to be, suicidal.
well, in that regard, I've got no problem with it.
Okay, so where are you physically going with the car? The van?
I think we should go in the back.
I mean, the van isn't silent, so if you drive around the back, anybody in there will know that you're driving around the back.
Okay, well, maybe we stop, a couple of yards away, and then sort of, I think we need. Has anyone got a tie?
Do you want to tie him up even more?
Well, when to tie his mouth up, he could be loud.
No, he's gonna. He'll be a good boy. If he doesn't, I'll cut his head off. It's fine.
I don't think he cares about his life.
That's fine. And it'll end.
I care a great deal about my life, madam, I can assure you.
Yeah, so if he cares, he's gonna be a good boy. So it's fine. Let's other things to worry about. Like trying to find apparently all the missing people that we care about so much that you and your little club has deemed a necessary loss.
So are we pulling up outside the front of the building? I'm asking Eric because he's driving.
Okay.
I think we would probably. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of going in the back way. I think probably stop a little bit away from the house and then make our rest of the way on foot, I guess.
Okay, so you want to stop the car at the edge of the grounds and then walk the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think probably announcing our arrival in the van would lose us any advantage of surprise, at least.
Okay, so you stop the van. It's quiet, silent, dark. The wind is blowing. The rain is turning to snow. And it has that mesmerising way of it just like falling from the sky all around you. If you looked up, you could find yourself just getting lost in it. But you just open the back doors and you pull this guy out, and he's quite acceptingly just sort of like hops out the back, straightens himself up. Says, "I couldn't trouble one of you for a cigarette, could I?"
No.
Very well. Just kind of tries to right himself up as best he can.
Ask your fancy alien friends for a cigarette. We're not your friends here.
It smiles at you. It's very droll.
Fucker, you are lucky to be alive right now. Don't even.
So, shall we? And he starts just walking towards the house, down the driveway.
Yeah, Rocky will maintain being behind him.
Everyone following, I assume? Anyone sneaking around a different direction or anything like that? No? Good. So you just walk along this driveway in the dark. The only light you have is, the moonlight peeking through the clouds occasionally. But with the snow everywhere, it makes it quite bright, so you can easily see where you're going. Rocky, you've got the guy in front of you, and you're about halfway down the driveway when it's kind of hard for your eyes to like focus on him. The outline of the silhouette is becoming hard to differentiate against the backdrop of the area around him, despite the the snow being white.
I've still got my hands on him though, right?
Yeah, you can feel him. You feel solid.
Okay, I'll just try to blink my eyes, shake my head, try to clear this blurriness.
For the rest of you, you're walking, straight along this driveway, and it feels like you're walking uphill. You've got that sort of resistance, that gravitational sort of tug on your muscles. You find yourself even getting a little out of breath because you're going up a slope at such an angle, but the ground is perfectly flat, or at least it appears to be. You're a little ways out from the building, Gurta, when you notice there are other prints going in circles out on the grounds away from the driveway. They don't seem, there's no tracks leading to them or from them, but they're just like circles and ovals and figures of eights out there on their own in the snow.
This is a bit bizarre. Look, there's like circles of like prints. It just like sort of like figures of eight kind of thing. Just circles. They're not going anywhere. This feels like Mansion House.
As you're walking along the driveway, Paul, you really feel like somebody's walking along like just behind you to the side. And you're constantly like turning around trying to catch it in the corner of your eye, and there's no one there.
Am I walking with anyone on the other side? Like, is it, or am I just sort of separated from everyone at the moment?
Yeah, you were kind of in the middle of everyone, and you're a big lad, so you're used to being out in front because of your bigger strides. But you find yourself behind everyone, and then you're a distance behind everyone, and you're trying to like walk a lot faster to catch up to everyone, but because it's uphill and it's so steep feeling, it's becoming a struggle to catch up to them.
And suddenly in his voice, he just hears, "Run, Paul, run." So he properly tries. He like tries to break into a sprint to catch up with everyone, having that panic from the dream.
Okay, roll me a stress dice.
Yeah, no stress.
You're all kind of caught off guard as the big, huge man, Paul, with a club in his hand, barrels past you all at full pelt. Just seemingly out of the blue.
We look behind because, well, I look behind just to see if there's anyone there.
You look behind Gerta, and you just see a forest. Thick, dense, laden with snow. You can't see the road, you can't see where the car was parked, the van.
Eric, can you take a look around? There's a forest instead of a van, and there's no road.
I'll look back. Do I see the same thing Gerta's see?
You don't see Gerta. You can hear her speaking. You turn around, she's not behind you. There is you do see a figure at the far end of the driveway where the van is. The black outline silhouetted against the white snow. And it looks very like that figure you saw in your dream on the pier. Tall and dressed in a robe.
Am I Sorry,
go
go
ahead.
on.
I go, Eric.
Am I close enough to like reach out to where Gerta's voice is coming from? I mean, can I reach out to like grab her hand or anything?
Yeah, you reach out. Gerta, you've turned around. You can see Eric right in front of you, and he's reaching his hand out towards you.
I grab his hand.
She grabs your hand, and just in a blink of an eye, she's there in front of you.
It's doing something to affect our perception. It's when I look back, I couldn't see any. I could see the van, but it was far away. We can't trust anything we're seeing.
And then you all hear a voice, which sounds like your inner monologue, but also it sounds like the voice of the Dr. Richter in your head, like a thought that isn't your own, when he says you should try seeing without your eyes.
Do I still like hear the ringing of the stuff that was in the van, like grating on my nerves, or?
The rest of them don't, but you do, yeah.
I feel like with that like alien thought being pushed into my head, Rocky will freeze and just like still shaking his head, trying to clear the blurry vision of the doctor and trying to just think through the cacophony ringing in his ears. Is just like, just what is this to Dr. Richter?
And again, you hear a thought in your head that's not your own. It said, "This is what you wanted. You wanted to see it."
I want it out.
Oh, don't
I
worry.
want
We're going
you
to
all
take
to
it.
stop
Don't worry.
everything.
We're going to take it out.
And I'll carry on, I guess, continue marching toward the house.
He's still just calmly walking forward and hasn't moved an inch, like turned his head or anything.
I feel like if anything, like for that brief interaction, I feel like I mean, Rocky hasn't let go of him, but is like almost sort of letting him pull him towards the house. Is just like just too weak and distracted, but is just trying his best to make an effort to just keep the doctor in his hands, and so that he, if he needs to.
The driveway seems to stretch on far longer than it looked from the van. And you're all like really feeling like you've walked up a massive hill by the time you get close to where the house is. Rocky, as you're getting there, you look up and you can see on the balcony on the top floor a figure standing up there, just silhouetted against the building. It looks very tall and thin. You can't make out a face. Well, it's dark at this distance anyway. And it seems to be wearing a long robe.
Faceless men in the night. Rocky just sort of mutters to himself.
And you look, you bring your eyes back down from the balcony, and the man you were holding in front of you isn't there. There's a ribbon on the floor in front of you.
And I don't feel him in my grip.
No.
I violently slash the air with my knife where he was.
Roll stress for me.
Yeah, I get a little bit more stressed.
You hear his voice like a thought, not your own, in your head again. There's no need to be so violent, my friend. And you could have told me your name from the beginning, Rickaby.
How do you know my name?
I told
Where are you?
There are many gifts to be bestowed upon us. And I am a master of the mind.
Lying bastard.
Oh, I did not lie to you. And he's standing, or someone is standing immediately to your left.
I'll, not with my knife. I'll reach out with my other hand and just sort of like just grab them. Just to, yeah, just reach out, grab. Because I don't even really see who it is, but I'll worry about
They're
that later.
Yeah, they're much taller than you. You reach out and you grab this thick, musty robe that they're wearing, and then the robe just kind of drips in your hands, and you're just holding an empty robe.
Woo, free robe.
Yeah.
There's a clunking of metal in a lock, and the twin front doors of the building slowly open up inwards. And
Eric,
you can see it's
Paul?
dark inside, and then there's like a small light, like a pinprick of a candle, which slowly illuminates more and more until the whole interior of the hallway is lit up.
I think this was a really bad idea.
It's not real. Whatever we're seeing, it's not real. Get inside the house.
A wolf howls outside somewhere.
I look at Eric and I say, think of Jens when he went into those rooms. We've got to be careful.
I think we need to stick together as much as we can.
Yeah.
You just like step over the boundary where the snow stops around the building, and as you do, it no longer feels cold and wet. It feels warm and humid, as if you've like walked into a greenhouse.
Yeah, just try to soldier forward towards the house again.
Peering inside the front, you can see there's a long hallway and a winding staircase at the end. There's a thick, intricate-looking tapestry of a carpet on the floor, and on the either side of the walls are these huge paintings with very ornate sort of brass. Shit, what the fuck is that painting frame called?
I
Painting
think it's
frame.
just frame. Yeah. And still, we don't. Outside of Paul, Eric, and Gerda, don't see anybody else.
Mm-mm. It's a constant feeling there's someone like at your side or the edge of your vision, but when we turn around, there's no one there.
We need to find Paul's wife.
Yeah, let's just. It's just like from the front door of this house, just directly into a hall and then stairs. There's no other other passageways.
Well, I mean, if you want to walk inside, I'll tell you.
Okay, yeah, I will walk inside.
Okay, yeah, there's a door to the left, double door. On the right-hand side, there's an open archway. And that leads into a larger, like, sitting room. There's a large bay window. Lots of bookshelves filled with volumes. There's a gramophone sat in the middle room on the table.
Is the archway, is that got doors?
No, the archway does not have doors. It's just an open doorway.
I'm gonna walk down the halls. What does the tapestry on the floor and the paintings look like?
Well, the carpet is just very intricate, ornate. In fact, a lot of the design looks very like the etchings on the equipment that you had in the van. It feels like it almost kind of writhes and moves when you're watching it, but your eyes can't quite focus on it. And the longer you look at it, the worse your tinnitus gets.
Eric, did you grab the moonshine?
I brought liquor with me in case we need it. Yeah. I think maybe we need to create like a point of reference for ourselves because this place is playing havoc with our perception. What about if we play the gramophone? Then we'd have like a point that we can navigate by.
Rocky
but-
will actually kneel down and just carve an X into the carpet.
You're gonna stick your knife in the carpet and like draw it across it. As you tear the fibers, blood begins to seep out of the cut, the wound.
Can we see this as well?
Yes, there's blood on the floor. Thick, viscous, dark.
This house is made of human, isn't it?
Has anyone noticed the paintings?
I mean, I was gonna look at the paintings.
I mean, Paul, you probably Rocky as well. So when you were in the last place and there was all those faces on the wall towards the basement, well, these paintings are just a canvas filled with faces, contorting in expressions of pain, silent pain.
That makes me think of that scrolling animation in Doom, where it's all the animators' faces.
Is there anyone's face that we recognize?
Why don't you all roll a dice? And the others maybe don't see it for whatever reason. But Gerta, you can definitely see in the bottom left corner of the painting nearest the front door. That's definitely Angela's face, missing the eyes and the tongue. But you recognise her lips, her eyebrows, the structure of the cheeks.
Rocky. Rocky, look at this. Rocky, you need to look at this.
Laura, you're mean.
Hey Rocky, look at this. It's your dead wife, isn't it? It looks like just like her.
Well, he's next to see
Look, you really need to look at your dead wife. Look.
I mean, Rocky will look. Do I see what she
Stressed
thinks
eyes.
she sees? Oh boy. Yeah, I get stressed.
That very much looks like her, yes, but somewhat like soulless without the eyes. You know, it's really unnerving how that part really brings a person's face to life.
Yeah, I'm just in a fucking stabby mood. I'm gonna stab that face because that's not my wife.
Ooh, okay, yeah, you stab the face and it makes, you know, an expression of screaming, and blood seeps out from where you've stabbed into it. The whole house shudders a few inches in either direction.
I feel like if anything, that would embolden me to like just stab another face in the painting.
You hear not one but several men's voices in your head saying, "That's not such a good idea."
Give me a reason, and I'll stab another.
There's no reason for violence, our friend. We told you. You're welcome here. We want you here. We can give you all the answers you seek.
Well, you clearly can beam your thoughts into my head, so I literally can only listen, and I'll stab another one. Rocky's sort of taking solace in the fact that that apparently they don't like the fact that I'm doing this, so that just makes me do it even more. because it's just like, well, at least I know that this is my choice.
Yeah, in reaction to that, the front door slams shut. And the light goes out, leaving you all in complete darkness.
I would like to urgently reconsider my actions. I apologize.
The
Just keep stabbing. I mean, they'll surely still be there. Just
the carpet you were standing on whisks itself out from underneath your feet.
Oh,
And
Wee!
rolls up and disappears into the darkness.
okay. Oh, so but nobody has any thoughts they want to beam into my head. That's cool. That's cool.
There's a low groaning sound coming from like the floor. And the floorboards shift slightly up and down at different times.
Please, we don't want to harm anything. We just want people back. We just want them back to normal. We don't want anything. We don't want. Can you just leave us alone? I want to be left alone. We want a normal life.
But you came
We
here.
want-
You want to know. We want
came
to
here
show you.
because, well, I don't want to know. I want Paul to get his wife back. I want to know where my friend Emil is. We want Rocky to have that thing taken out of him, and we just want to leave this place. We don't want to know. You can do your own thing. Just leave us alone. We haven't done anything wrong.
But you and your kind are always doing things wrong. You said yourself your disregard for the basics of science. It's an insult to the beauty of the universe.
You have your thing, we have our thing. Just like, can we just not, like, you have your lane and we have our lane, you know? You can go down the science route. Just leave us alone. We just want to just be left alone.
But we worked
That's what
so hard to
people-
bring you here, Gerta.
Well, I don't want anything in me. I don't want anything. I don't want to. I want my friends to be safe.
But it's what you were created for, to carry life. It's your ultimate destiny. Your reason for living.
I want to
creepy.
I want to carry normal life. I want to carry something that's not.
But you can carry something special, something that's more than human. Angela
No.
was taken from us too early.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
But it's not about the individual, it's about the greater good. It's about what's
No, I
best for
don't-
mankind.
I don't want. It's not what's best for mankind. My religion is against it. I can't be the way you want me to be because I don't believe in it. I want to lead my own life, my normal life.
The wall with the door on it to your left starts to move inwards, narrowing the space of the hallway.
Stop hiding. Face me. I want to see you say my wife's name.
Then come to us. Your friend talks about God. We will show you a God. The floorboards split, the stairs crack, the painting of faces falls off the wall onto the floor as the wall shifts ever closer, threatening to crush the entire hallway. You can run up the stairs, you can try and bust open the doors, or you can run through into the sitting room.
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but Rocky's going for the stairs. Do they go up or down?
Up.
Okay.
What do we do, Eric? Do we go up the stairs?
I guess we all need to stay together as much as we can, so I suppose we should probably try and follow Rocky.
Absolutely. Paul's running after him.
Yes.
Okay, so you all sprint up the stairs. By the time you get, halfway up the stairs, they've narrowed to just like one person width. The rest of it's splintered and cracked, but you get to the top landing just as the wall below kind of like slams against the other wall. And you hear the voices say, "Where are you going? That's not the way. No."
Well, I mean, you didn't really give us a whole lot of choices as far as directions. Thanks for that. But now that you don't want us to go this way, fuck it, I'm going up the stairs.
We don't decide. We're not. We cannot tell him what to do.
Him?
Dr. Hughes, you've angered him. We told you not to use violence. Come. We must take you there directly before you can cause more harm. Just in a blink of an eye, there are 3 tall figures with their faces missing, caved in, as if a bomb had blown them off, and it's just the horrible indentation of scar tissue and protruding bone.
Gross.
Now, you must come with us. Gerta, Rickaby.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
You wish for Emile to be safe, to be set free. You do not wish her to undergo what you must. Then you come with us.
I'm not going. I'm not getting anything inside me. No.
No. The 3 figures stand there. The middle one just extends a hand out. The palm turned upwards. What do you do? I noticed these came here without any weapons or dynamite or anything.
I have my knife. At least I think I do.
Eric, you've got some of that moonshine.
I do, but I don't know. Do you think it will really? We've only seen it work on things that's. Yeah, I guess. I will pour some of the liquor into the cap of the bottle and try throwing it at one of the figures to see if there's any reaction.
Okay, roll a dice for me. Yes, there's a hissing smell of like sulfur, and the thing recoils, and you can hear the 3 of them sort of like the 3 of them in unison, like screaming together. And the one in the middle just falls, crumples into just a pile of clothing on the floor.
You got some more.
I wish I brought more. I've got this bottle, but I don't know. I think like ages ago I acquired a bottle of whiskey. Is it possible that I would still have that on me?
Sure.
Okay, I also have the whiskey. In that case, I'll probably hang on to the bottle of moonshine, but I'll kind of surreptitiously give Gerta the whiskey bottle. Don't let them know you have this.
The windows in the room beside you just like shatter inwards, spraying glass everywhere. You're all like cut across the face and the hands, the inexposed areas. And the two figures are gone.
And I'll resolutely make my way up the stairs.
You cross the room up to another stairwell. This one takes you up to the room with the balcony in it.
Look, Rocky, remember with like Nancy, and you drank a bit of she got a gulp of alcohol, and then there was something, that was coming up. Could we not try and rip that out? As in take it out, not rip it out, but like try and take it out.
Maybe, but
There's like there's three of us.
Four of you.
One could hold you,
Or three of them, yeah.
and and then the other two can try and get it out.
You open the door to the room at the top of the stairs, Rocky, and inside there is what looks like a body, fully clothed, hanging in the middle of the room. Extending outwards from it in all different directions are strands, almost like a web, but it looks very fleshy. There's a kind of pale, sickly green sort of skin tone. Some of the strands are as thick as an arm, some are as thin as a finger, and there's just hundreds of them extending all different directions. The figure itself is sort of just hanging there, hands splayed open, head rolled back, facing upwards, feet just sort of hanging down with no shoes. And the things sticking out of it, attaching themselves to the wall, they look as if they're equally growing out of the body and out of the walls.
I think I'm gonna cut one of the strands. One of those smaller ones.
And you can all hear what at first you assume is your own heartbeat in your chest. But it becomes apparent that the room is a beating heart. You can see it pulsating, and the strands coming out of this person pulsating in time with it.
Do we know, is it someone that we can tell who it is?
It's definitely male, but beyond that, I don't think you could.
You've got the knife, Rocky. I think you should just stab the heart.
Just gonna shout out to the room, where are you keeping them? And then I'll cut another strand.
Your two voices hissing at the same time in your head. The basement, they're in the basement, please stop. You're hurting him.
Yeah, I guess we are hurting him, and I'll cut another strand. But have you ever once considered the other people that you hurt?
You don't understand. You'll make him angry.
At this point, I hope I do.
One of the posts of the banister in the hallway rips itself out of the floor and spears Paul through the leg. Ah, fuck!
Just kind of turn to everybody. Is like, just they said they're in the basement. You go to take care of him, patch him up as best you can. I'll deal with this. But they said the basement is where they're keeping the people.
Can we see anything else in the room around us? Like, are there any objects lying around?
You can see what used to be a bed, but now it just looks like a big fleshy lump at the side. But it's definitely in the kind of shape of what the bed would have been. A 4-poster bed.
What have we got ourselves into?
Paul, meanwhile, is bleeding profusely.
Dying. Dying.
Well,
I
You're good.
ripped part of my sleeve of my blouse and tie it to his leg.
The blood dripping down Paul's leg. Paul witnesses it. Kind of just like soak into the floorboards.
Uh-oh. It's like Hellraiser all over again.
So what'd you do?
Is there any books in there, or is there any books anywhere? Like,
In the fleshy heart room? No.
what about the other rooms?
So where you are on this floor up here is just one room. You can go like down a little stairway and it'll take you down to another room.
Let's go and see if we can find something to, there must be a book or something that, maybe there's some sort of riddle or something that we can see that will get rid of these things. It had to come from somewhere and they have to go back in again, so...
Rocky, are you going to try and kill the thing we're seeing in this room?
Yeah, I think I am.
In that case, I'll just silently pass Rocky the bottle of whiskey.
Tap him on the shoulder and say, good luck. Run away.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was thinking, like, this will be useful to kill it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rocky's
Well,
going to
we're
try and kill
gonna-
that. What are you guys going to do?
We're gonna go and try and see if we can get a book to just...
Okay, so you're...
There must be something that has some sort of words that'll, calm all of this.
Okay, so you're going to take Paul and run down the little stairway to the next room.
Yeah.
Paul will limp his way along while being carried.
Well, I was taking Eric as well, because...
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll help Paul.
Yeah, he's leaving Rocky to his doom, yeah. I mean, behind.
Well, we're not leaving them behind, but we're just kind of like, right, okay.
We're not
we
leaving him
gotta take
behind,
the
but
book.
we're leaving him behind.
Okay, good.
Just not behind, just in the location we were previously. Yeah, you just run, hobble your way over and down a short staircase and open the door and step into a room with a thick blue carpet, thick blue drapes. One wall is just covered in this massive, ornate design. It looks like maybe it's like a map of something, but it boggles your mind as to what it could be. There's all kinds of hexagons and helix shapes, kind of runic scratching and scrabbling all over it. Some of it is extremely neat and ornate in particular, and other parts of it are just like this maddening scrawl that scrapes just all over the place. Could the three of you roll a stress dice? And Paul, could you roll another stress dice for your leg?
So I'm rolling 2 stress dice.
Yeah. That's 2.
Yeah, definitely.
I
That's
got
me. I've
double stress.
Is 6 double stress, did you say?
No, he got 2 because he did 2 dice.
This is me at 2 stress.
Yeah. Okay, you run to this room. This thing is just all along one wall. The rest of the room has these kind of dark mahogany furniture, like little end tables. There's a cigar tray. There's a writing desk. And there will be a stack of books and stuff behind the writing desk on a little bookshelf. The floor, as you step onto it, has the texture of water. But it doesn't splash like water. There's definitely some sort of liquid though.
I have research, document analysis, and textual analysis. Is there anything
Document analysis to determine if a document is fake or not. Textual analysis is to determine if that's someone's handwriting or not.
in research as well?
Research is research. You could use that, yes. So you could roll 2 dice for that.
And then
3 dice if you're
learn it?
clever, yeah.
Yeah, learn it, so 3 dice.
Okay. I need you to roll stress dice.
I'm not stressed.
You grab them and they're all just ramblings. Like some of the text is like sideways down the page, getting larger and smaller at varying points. Not all of it is written ink. Some of it is dry and crusted from other substances. And it's describing experiments, testing. It talks about gateways and portals. It talks about specimens and species and contact, telepathy. But none of it is like scientific analysis. It is just like rambling paragraphs talking about things in a non-sequential order.
Is there any sort of, like riddles or anything like that?
Well, I mean, the whole book's a riddle, but yeah.
Is there any sort of like...
There's no puzzles to be solved, no.
Yeah. See the experiment stuff, is there anything like that we can make up in this room? As in, is there like test tubes and, any sort of...
No, it's not a lab. This is clearly a study somewhere. Someone has sat down and just wrote out their thoughts, while also mapping their thoughts, maybe on the wall. Rocky, what are you doing in the other room?
Yeah, I think with the whiskey in hand, I think just to test it out, I splash a little on some fleshy bits on the ground.
It singes and smokes, and again you can smell like sulfur, and the whole house shudders, and some of the plaster falls from the roof.
Yeah, just one thing that really you could have done to avoid all this, and I'll splash a little bit more on the ground and slice another strand. Like, you could have just left people alone. You could have just not grabbed.
The door slams shut behind you.
Yeah, good. You think I was leaving? I'll slice another strand, splash a little bit more. I definitely don't want to just waste the whole bottle. I want to save a little bit, but
You hear a voice in your head, except it sounds more immediate, and then you realise you can actually hear it beyond the tinnitus in your ears. And the voice of the doctor, directly behind you. As it says, "Well, I promised you I would bring you here. And now I'm going to fulfill my other promise."
I think, that's the point where I will try to drink the last of the whiskey, and if nothing happens, I'll turn around and slice with my knife at whatever's making the voice.
Roll a dice for me. Not stress, just action.
Do I get any special trait bonuses or just the dice? Just the one dice?
I guess you can have one for trained.
Okay, fair enough.
You down some of the whiskey, you turn around, are you stabbing with a knife? Slash with a knife?
Yeah, I'm slashing, and I do have luck if that's.
Well, you can spend one luck and bump it to a 6 if you want.
You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, absolutely. One last fuck you. Why not?
Yeah, you turn around and you just slash across this thing's belly as it's standing behind you. You can see he's holding a scalpel in one hand, but again, there's no face to this thing. You slash across the belly. The belly splits open, and this thick, transparent mucus just gloops and droops out of it.
Yeah, and with the last of the whiskey, I'll just spray it out of my mouth at the thing.
Do you want to live, Paul, or do you want to die? Or would you prefer to die, I should say?
For Paul in the circumstances, I think he would want to try and save Agnes. Like, that's what his driving goal is.
Yeah. But would you be upset if you died?
No.
We do have the letter, well, or at least we did see that letter from Paul dated, was it 1941?
44. I'm not saying they will die. I don't want to kill somebody off when they're not here. If it would
You'd
upset
have,
them.
like, Paul runs out the house.
Yeah, but he's here to save Agnes, so he's going to go to the basement again.
It's going to be a part 2, isn't it?
Full stress, okay. I mean, I can't have a part 2 here. That's I think it'll be enough.
Yeah, but there might be a part 2, yeah.
No, there's not going to be a part 2 now.
Oh, right, okay.
7 luck? Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, I think he's going to live.
That's why I've stressed that bit.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, with 7 luck, you're not going to die.
Fuck yeah.
Because you could easily just burn out on whatever rolls you made. Okay, so you slash it, goop comes out, what'd you do?
Oh yeah. Yeah. With the last of the whiskey, I'll just spit and spray it out at the thing in front of me. And I mean, I'll go down fighting as much as I can, but yeah, I do not expect to survive for much longer.
Okay, so you'll have 1 dice and then an extra dice because of the whiskey. Yeah, the thing reaches out, grabs you by the shoulder, and plunges the scalpel into like the bottom of your neck, and starts to try and draw it downwards your chest, as you just like spit out at it, as if you've spat acid all over it, and the thing hisses and steams, and you can still smell sulfur. It recoils back in pain, and falls up against the door. I think you take a roll of stress for the stab wound. And then you guys in the other room, what'd you do? It's very uncomfortable being in this other room.
I think we're probably trying to get down to the basement to look for Paul's wife.
So, straight out the window, we take you onto like a terrace rooftop for the floor below. Other than that, you'd have to search for another stairway or something. It must be hidden.
I guess going through the outside path seems like the sensible option.
Yeah.
Paul just like picks up one of the end tables and just hurls it through the window, smashing it open. And the emotions for you all to jump outside. You leap onto the terrace outside, and it's slick and wet with like sweat. This really sticky, smelly, salty substance. It really feels like you've just like wiped yourself against the back of a very sweaty man.
How far down is it to the ground from here? Or can we...
1 story. You're literally like on the first floor.
I think we need to. Is there like sticks or anything? Because you know how it's it's a sort of garden, isn't it, and trees.
Yeah, but there's no sticks on this bit of the house.
Can we just... Sorry.
No, you go first.
I was going to say, can we just kind of climb down the front of the fit, like, you know, would there be enough of a handhold for us to sort of climb down a little bit before we need to jump down from there?
Yeah, like droop you down.
Yeah, kind of like just to save having to fall the full height.
Yes. Roll 1 dice for her.
Oh, I do have athletic.
Oh, sure, roll another dice.
I have athletic too.
You can roll 2 dice as well then, Gerta. Gerta expertly GPs down in a hurry. Paul just hurls himself over without care. He's just not hanging around for this. Poor Eric puts one, even though it's his idea, puts one leg over and starts to lower himself down when your other leg, which was bracing yourself against the terrace, you know, ceiling, roof, floor, the foot just like sinks into it as if it's like sunk into a thick jelly. And you just feel a burning, stinging sensation. You pull your foot out with as hard might as you can, and your leg like rips out of it, leaving your foot and most of your ankle stuck in the roof.
Oh, I was gonna say, is it too late to ask if I could have used luck to bump that to like a partial success?
Oh yeah, sorry, you could do that. Yes, you just lose the skin of your foot, not the whole foot.
Okay, I'll take that.
And you can like,
I love the other sleeve of my blouse to like fix people.
it's not a magic sleeve. It can't fix that. It's been like.
Yeah, but you
degloved
can still have like, you know, tighten it. So
you scream in pain and then fall the 1 story into the hard ground. You probably just automatically take a stress for that, I think.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be at the point of... 3 stress, funnily enough, does say lose your footing or scream, so I think probably having lost my footing, I will scream.
Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, you and Paul are both just like lying on the ground clutching your legs. And then Gerta, you come immediately aware that there's something standing behind you. You turn on your face and you can see a figure in a blue suit with no face.
oh, get away from me.
But I've been waiting so long for you to come here, Gerta.
No, get away from me.
Gerta, use the whiskey, the whiskey.
Throw some whiskey at him. His face.
The moonshine, you mean?
Well,
Yeah.
I think what I would have given Gerta was the actual proper whiskey at this point, because I think I had like one that was regular and one that was moonshine.
I thought you gave Rocky the whiskey though.
Oh, was it?
Wait,
Oh, no, maybe it
wait,
was the other way
wait.
around. Well, I mean, presumably they would both be
Yeah.
suitable.
You can roll 2 dice, Gerta, if that's what you would do. God damn it, man. Yes, he reaches forward thinking he doesn't even need a weapon. He's just going to grab you and snatch you up. What are you going to do? And you throw this in his face. The scar tissue that, you know, indicated where his face used to be, curls and sizzles back, revealing just the dented skull underneath that's all misshapen. And is just silently just like kind of crumples and falls into a pile of bones and flesh on the ground.
That was something, wasn't it?
Almost a double six at the end.
Exotic.
That went well. I was pleased with that.
Well, I think one on one shoulder and then the other on the other shoulder.
Rocky, you're still in the room with this other one. It falls backwards, you know, because you spat all over it. But it's now just like scarred looking, and there's just a sense of redness around you. You can just feel like the anger swelling up inside of it. Why do you have to be such an animal about this? You're so selfish. You can't just have it all for yourself, not after we spent so long nurturing it.
Sorry. I think Rocky will kind of like just clutch at where he was stabbed. Just spit and then just kind of laugh at this thing. And is just gonna, like, I don't want anything. Any of this.
Then why did you take it? We told you to leave her with us.
You shouldn't have hurt her. Shouldn't have touched her.
Who cares? She's just a mortal. One of a billion on this planet. Not that you cared. You drained it from her anyway, didn't you? But it was never intended for you. She was intended for him.
Yeah, you know, I really think I'm done talking to you, and Rocky will launch himself at this thing and just stab and stab and stab until he can't stab anymore.
Okay, 1 dice. Yes, I mean, you leap on top of him and stab him until your arm is just exhausted from strain. You're covered head to toe in blood and spatter, and this lifeless, battered, fleshy thing that used to be a man just kind of lies there in front of you.
Is, like, the rest of the house still sort of, like, alive and pulsating?
Yes.
I'll get right back to work and start cutting strands.
You stand up and turn around to do so, and the body that was hanging there suspended shoots forward till it's like just an inch away from your face, and the head that was pulled backwards leans forward, and you can see there's just two big thick strands coming out of where there used to be eyes in the sockets, and the voice that comes out of its mouth is this loud, echoey, it sounds like a dozen voices overlaid of each other. She was mine, and now you are mine. And all these tendrils just lash out from all corners of the room and wrap themselves around you. So, you guys outside. Kurt, you throw at this thing and it goes down. You probably like smash the bottle against his face just to get the full effect of the alcohol on it. And the thing crumples down completely dead. The house behind you now, you're going to hear it like heaving and breathing. You can see it all pulsating and moving. The whole building is clearly alive.
This is crazy.
What do we do? I suppose if we're going to go for trying to find Paul's wife, we got to go down into the basement.
What if she's already dead?
Paul just yells. He's like, "No, she's still alive. And so are the others. Come on, we need to free them."
I guess we owe it to them to at least look.
Yeah, that's true.
Paul struggles to his feet, helps you get up, Eric, and then the two of you kind of like arm over each other's shoulders, sort of hobble along together around the side of the building, looking desperately for a way to get back inside, to get down to the basement. You just go around to the rear of the building, and there is the doors for a coal cellar. They've been padlocked at the back, but it looks like a way in.
Have you got anything to
Would Paul still have his club at this point? Would Paul be able to, like, try thumping it?
I think he could. Why don't you roll... He's a big lad. Roll 3 dice for me. This will be Paul's roll. Sure, and let's spend 2 of his luck to... Yeah, let's spend 2 of his luck to bump that to a 6. Yeah, he smashes the thing open, just sheer adrenaline and brute strength. And then as he does so, he just yells, "Agnes!" Throws open the coal cellar doors, big heavy iron doors. And immediately you're all hit with the foul stench of just rot and decay. And then you hear a yelling, a weak yelling from the inside. Paul, I'm down here."
Oh, thank goodness. My God.
The stairs are slick and slippery. There's a buzzing of flies and the crawling of insects on the walls as you make your way down into the dark basement. It's only softly illuminated by, well, you're not sure what it is, but it's like a soft red light.
Has anyone got a match?
Probably still have something at this point and offer you a match.
The match faintly illuminates a little more than what you could already see. There are tables and jars and full of things that are alive and things that aren't alive, things that are clearly human and things that are just not. And on the far wall, there are 3 people clearly alive and yelling.
Is Emil one of them?
Emil is one of them. Agnes is one of them. And the other is a young man with blonde hair.
Emil didn't put anything inside you yet, have they?
Emil, drowsy, unsure. Who? Garta?
I'm here, Emil.
Garta. And then she just vomits in front of you. And the vomit doesn't quite leave her mouth. And the thing that she vomited up sort of wriggles and writhes left and right. And part of it pulls up and extends out and puts a 3-fingered hand on the floor.
Can we get Paul to smash it with the club?
You got I'm like, Eric, you've got some moonshine. Put some moonshine on.
Would I have anything left at this stage? I think I probably gave everything to either Gerta or...
Yeah, I think the alcohol's gone.
If you got any what's called matches, can we not set fire to it?
Second arm gets up and puts a 3-fingered hand down and starts to pull itself up. And this slick, amphibious sort of head rears up with tiny, beady yellow eyes. 6 of them in a row.
Can we get Paul to smash it with his club?
Yes, I think you could do that. He has 2 dice. Lets you use another 2 luck to make that 6. Yes, with a fury, only you know, a husband in such a situation could have. He beats down this creature with his club, smashing his soft skull in repeatedly, and leaving the thick, viscous green blood just spattered all over the club and the floor. He wrenches, well, probably carefully, sort of like pulls and tugs it out from Emile's mouth until it's like completely left her. And she coughs and gasps for air.
How is she secured? Can we get her down from where she's been tied up?
She's just chained to the wall. There are keys on like a hook on a pillar across the room.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to grab the keys and start releasing probably Emile first at this point, I guess.
Yep, you unclip the clips, undo the locks. Paul is, helping Agnes get out of hers, and she's kind of yelling, berating at him as well as, kind of being teary. You look over to the young blonde man beside him, to go and unlock him next. But he's not a whole person. From about the belly button downwards, he's just kind of melted into the wall.
Oh, I'm gonna have to leave him.
He looks up.
Is he conscious?
And you recognise him, Gerta. He was the young man that you'd spoken to at the park. The one that didn't know where he was.
Oh, I'm so sorry for what happened to you.
You're not going to leave me, are you? Rocky, you're all tied up in this room up top. What do you want to do?
Oh god, I thought I was dead. Okay, I think I'd like to get free, if I could.
Okay. So, with your knife, try and twist around and stab, cut to get your wrist free?
Yeah, or just at very least try to like pull and tug and cut what I can.
I think strength-wise, it's a lost cause. You're not going to get that. You can try 1 dice to cut your way out with one hand.
Fair enough, and I do have luck to spare.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Do you want to risk stress to try and make that a crit?
Do I want to risk stress and what?
To make it a crit. Because if you got a second 6, it would be a critical.
You know what? I have just yeah. Wait, no, I'm at 4 stress right now, so yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Stressful situation.
No, unless you spent 5 luck.
I only have 3 to spare, so.
I mean, you still a success. So yes, you twist your arm around, you plunge the knife into the thing that's holding your wrist, and you manage to like pull that wrist free, and then you use your knife to like cut your other hand free. The thing, well, actually no, you get to do that before anything else happens. What do you do next?
I think, yeah, if I can manage to get myself free, that thing that was hanging from the ceiling, if it's not immediately threatening me, I'm going to, going to try to kill it.
Kill it how?
Stab it in the face.
Well-
I have a knife. It does one thing.
You kill the fucking eldritch horror god man with a knife. Resident Evil,
Listen,
man.
sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes miracles happen.
So you would have 3 dice normally. I'm going to say you lose a dice because it's difficult, so you have 2 dice.
You know, that's valid.
Oh my god, do you want to spend your 3 luck to make that crit?
Yes, sir.
Yes, apparently you can just stab things like this in the face and they'll die. You leap into the air and this thing wraps its tentacles around you, but all it's doing is pulling you closer to it. And you just like sort of stabbing it with a fury, like an animal, and just like launch into it. The tirade of like violence, and just again and again and again you plunge into the eye sockets, the neck, the side of the face, the heart, just absolutely ripping it, shredding it, and going to town on it. And the thing hisses and screams, and your skin is all burning away with the blood that's pouring all over you, just like acid like dribbling down you, and you're just becoming numb to the pain, and all you can feel is like hatred and fear as you just like stab away and away at it until you get right through the ribcage into the heart itself and just like tear it out with your bare hands, completely demolishing your skin and your fingers and your face as you do so. And the two of you just drip and fall to the ground in a clatter of blood and bone.
Just all the fury of humankind.
The whole house just goes inert and still for everyone at that point.
No fucking way.
Gerta, Emil, Agnes, Paul, and Eric, you leave the poor man in the basement. You're leaving his cries behind you as you leave up into the garden. You make your way around to the front of the building, and from the top of the terrace, this bony, half-burnt wretch of a man just comes crawling over the side and falls to the ground. You barely recognize him as Rocky. He's horribly, horribly disfigured.
Jeez. Is he still alive?
Incredibly so, yes.
That's not.
Well, I think we can't leave Rocky behind after that one. I mean, I think, you know, after what he's just accomplished, I think we definitely need to do everything we can to bring him with us.
I just killed the.
As you figure out a way to kind of scoop Rocky up and try to move him, although he's in such pain it doesn't matter if he feels more pain. Snowflakes begin to fall from the sky over the house, and a cold breeze blows through, giving you all a chill. The end.
Bro,
Oh my goodness.
I should not have survived this. Like literally, like the first time you said, "Oh yeah, no," yeah, he grabbed you and you stabbed him.
You
but
didn't fail the
you
roll though. You
started-
just had a success with consequence. So the consequence was
Oh.
he grabbed you, but you didn't fail it. If you'd failed
For
it,
sure,
I was waiting for you to fail because I was going to kill you.
Well, dude, that's what I thought the first time. I thought I was like, oh, I was just gonna spit at him in like last little bit of defiance, and then you were like, "So, Rocky, what do you do?" I was like, "Oh, okay." I stab him, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, no," and now these tendrils tie you up. And
It's
then I'm
not.
like, "Okay, that's gotta be the end." And then you're like, "Okay, Rocky, what did you do?" I'm like, "Oh, fucking, I don't know."
It's not fair to kill you
Right.
if you made the roll.
So
For sure, but yeah.
explain to us about Dr. Cavendish. Where was he? Was he one of the faceless
He's
guys?
one of the faceless men, yes. There's actually
Did I count
more
them?
than 3 of them, but the others weren't there.
Oh, they're still out there.
There's more.
Oh.
There's a group of them called the Midas Circle, which operate from the Brooklyn Ethical Centre. And they
We didn't
basically
get there, did we?
they basically worshipped Dr. Hughes, who was following the research of Professor Tillinghast. And Hughes basically became like an eldritch demigod, immortal. And they would grow these things inside people and then offer the people and the things to Hughes to keep him like immortal. And he would bestow upon them like gifts. And he would do
So
that
was-
by like birthing things that would like make their home inside of them.
Was Angela, she was always going to be in that picture. Then it was her destiny.
What picture?
The picture.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
the face thing. Yes, the people that kill their faces end up manifesting in locations.
Okay, but real talk, the letter that is yet to be written. The letters. What was that?
Well, I mean, he was opening up portals to different dimensions and stuff, so there's all kinds of wacky shit going on in those areas. That's why it's all messed up.
Oh, I see. So it's not necessarily the future, but potentially an alternate timeline or some shit.
Yeah, it
Although
could
I
be.
guess now,
Depends how you think of time, but yes.
although I guess now since the four of us somehow fucking survived, I guess yeah, the letter could still happen. That's crazy. So Rocky killed the Eldritch demigod?
Apparently so, yes. All you had to do is stab in the face with a normal knife.
Yeah. You sound so disappointed.
Yeah, note for future games: bring a knife.
You just need something to get you 2 dice and some luck.
Yeah, well, I mean,
So the
Sorry, go
reason
ahead.
you got luck back, and you could have got all your luck back with Nancy as well, if you touch the thing, you absorb all of the life essence that it's sucked out of the person. So it refills all your luck. So if you'd touched the slug thing that Nancy had inside of her, you would have sucked all the energy out of that, and you would have got your luck back from that as well. And it revitalizes you and keeps you immortal if you keep sucking on it.
what happens to the father guy?
The priest?
Yeah.
He's got a very hard time explaining why there's a headless body in his building.
Yeah, I'm sure Rocky is definitely a wanted man.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
For sure.
Whether they actually lock you in jail, given the state you're in, I don't know. I
Or
think
if
you
they
might just go to
catch
some
you,
sort
never
of.
know.
You might just go to, because you're fucking crazy as well. You might as well just go. They might send you some sort of asylum
For sure.
where you're looked after for 11 years before you die.
Yeah, probably. Wait, so obviously, nothing's being fed to me, but the thing that's inside me, does that does Rocky suffer any side effects from that now, or is that like?
Oh, that's why you're still alive from that, I'd
Oh, okay.
imagine. Because
Oh, okay.
you've got all of Angela's life essence in you. You don't have a worm thing inside you. You have all her life essence that you absorbed from her. But if they were able to put another worm in you, they could suck out her life essence and yours.
Oh, I see. Okay, so Angela was just the battery, and instead she charged me up instead of the guy.
Yes.
Okay. Whoa.
Quick question as well. So Agnes and Emil, do they? I take it Emil didn't have it inside her anymore because she just threw it up.
Yeah, correct. Because there's different types of them, and they do different things to people, but also different people with different physiological makeups have different reactions. Some people can't grow them. Angela was special because she could grow into full fruition, which means all of her life essence was drained away, and she would kind of quote unquote survive until that point. Whereas the other people who were dried out husks, it sucked all of it out of them, and they were just little slug things like Nancy's, because they didn't have enough life essence or they didn't adapt to it as well.
Dude, that's fucking amazing. That's that's a really great story. I fucking love that.
Oh, I mean, it's not my story. I told you this was a one session where somebody ran. I just built on it.
For sure. But yeah, no, that's awesome though.
Did Agnes have anything in her?
No, she wasn't away
more-
long enough.
Yeah. I've
More
watched.
importantly, what about Paul's daughter?
No, they tried to grab her, but they didn't.
Oh, thank God! I was so worried. To be
Yeah,
fair, out
'cause
of all of us, Paul deserves at least a somewhat happy ending.
Yeah, he needs to catch a break.
Yeah, definitely. He's gonna have so much terrors, isn't he?
Poor dude's gonna be like, "Fuck this shit. We're never going back to Scotland, and fuck America too. We're going to Mexico or some shit. Just get away from here."
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, because the next one is going to be like, 1940s.
Yeah,
the
if
World War
everyone's
II.
around to play next year, it'll be in January again, probably. It's going to be 1944.
Nice. Oh God, see, I did not expect Rocky to fucking survive this. I for sure thought he was dead. But I was thinking like, oh yeah, the next character, I think I might toy around with, having the Mythos skill. But I guess if Rocky somehow survives till 1944, might just play him again.
Nah, he's not going to be able to do the thing I've got in mind.
Fair enough.
I'm going to be a little more rigid next time about your characters and stuff because I was a little too open this time. And you all picked characters. Well, half of you picked characters that weren't homeless people because that was going to be more of the
Yeah.
theme. And then I spent too long because of that trying to get everyone around to being at the same place at the same time and trying to do the same objective.
Yeah.
Which spent less time actually investigating because most of it was just trying to come around to giving you reasons to be on board.
Yeah.
I don't think like Gerta was a very nice person. Like she pretends she's all like, well, a Christian and everything, but she's quite selfish at times.
Yeah, so she's like most Christians.
Like she's very, very. That's awful to say, but she's quite selfish at times, and even the way she said like. She's like, because of the science and everything, and she's like, you're kind.
I love how you're saying that as if like that wasn't you.
That's not me. I'm not like that.
But you're making the character say that though. You're choosing the character to be that way. It's not like she.
Yeah, but
chose...
she's very, even though she's very learned, she's very kind of. I think she's quite simple in a sense as well. Like
or maybe just in the
like,
face of like things she can't explain, she falls back to that kind of basic tenacity. You know what I mean? That's been drummed into her since she was a child.
Yeah, pretty much.
I did laugh when she offered Paul's son $1 to like bring the crazy man and his captive into their house.
It's like, bro, what are you doing? To traumatize.
I think she was just like being a wee bit selfish actually, because I think she was like she didn't want to die, so she was like he was talking about the transfer of it, and she's driving and she's like, you mean me? You're transferring it into me, and I think that's why she was just like, right, I need more people here.
Oh,
This
wow.
is getting shaky ground.
That's fucked up. Like, just
Yeah.
objectively, that's fucked up. Like, I don't want it transferred to me, but these innocent bystanders, I don't care about them.
The level of self-preservation is Laura's hallmark.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not like that. That's untrue.
I don't know.
Well, next time you're going to play a character that's more like Swindle's character, throwing themselves in danger all the time.
Well, his character's like that's too much. Maybe I might be like maybe a bit more sort of Eric's sort of character. Maybe not as not as extreme as Paul. Maybe like a in between Eric and Paul character. Maybe next time.
I felt like there wasn't nearly as much investigation in that one. I had the investigation stuff like planned out there, but especially early on, you just did not bite the hooks like at all. And so I was like constantly having to like, how is this person going to meet this person? How are these two people? No, not to put you on a path, but like just to get you together, so you were doing things together. Yeah. And it's preoccupying like way too much of the time.
Yeah, I think it was just like the confusion of what was kind of expected, and then And then like even though you said like we weren't biting the hooks, I was over here like fucking I swear I was biting every hook that was thrown at me, but I guess I wasn't.
Well, I mean, there's some like
I think sometimes when like your characters, they're always just like they just need that sort of they go that wee bit further, don't they? Because they're just like need the. It's really fun. It's fun to like listen to. But they just kind of they just go that wee bit further.
She's trying to
Whereas
say you get too excited and you talk too much.
no, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying like it's funny how you just go, yeah, I'm gonna do it. You just do it. If you got me. Whereas like sometimes I feel like Paul can be that way sometimes, but I think sometimes like I'm like the absolute opposite. But I think sometimes Eric, what's called Eric's character was like thinking about it. Like you always think about it, Alan, when you do, yeah. Like the pros and cons of it, the situation.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I'm being overly analytical about it. I enjoyed how like unpredictable Rocky was as a character. I think that really brought something to it, you know, because sometimes it's hard to know where we were going with it.
See, I was kind of hoping with a
That's
situation where you and Paul would have came in and you would also been like, hang on, here's this guy again with another dead woman and a knife in his hand. What the fuck is going on with this guy? Because nobody else had seen any of the like killing stuff that he'd seen at that point.
Yeah.
I feel Paul. I feel like even Paul's character, though, like with your character Swindle, yours was like you went pure extreme, but then Paul's character, he went sort of out of character, as in Callum's character went out of character and just kind of was like smash.
But that's because he was tired and he just wanted to wrap up.
Yeah.
No, I mean, for me at least, I always tried to like weigh the pros and cons of things, but like I'm also I'll be the first one to say that I'm not that intelligent. So like the risks I take are calculated, but I'm like I'm bad at math, so like
no, I don't.
I'm always like I'm always trying to like try to figure out what I should do next. But once I settle on something, and even if it's like, okay, this is such a dumb idea, but like this is what I think the character would do, and even if it's like, okay, there is no reason to just that I think I should have survived that room, and I still am shocked that Rocky did. I thought for sure I was dead.
But this is like the end of a lot of games I play. I say this one, they always end like on crits. It's really weird. I mean, that one was like a created crit because you spent luck on it, but even then, you still had the success before that.
That was fucking amazing though. Like the fact that it of course the second dice was a 3, and I just so happened to have 3 luck left. That was great.
But and then Laura as well got a crit there, and she had a 6 before that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And she had a 6 earlier as well.
That was just very lucky at that point. So
very few fails.
Well, it also helps if you shove a bunch of us forward in front of you to face the danger.
But I feel as if I faced some dangers, and like I went with you in the car. Usually I wouldn't have done that, and like
that took some goading to get you in that car though.
Yeah, though.
With you, I could have stayed with the father guy, and I didn't stay with the father guy. I'm so glad that I never stayed with the father guy, because then if Dr. Richter was like there, he'd have just taken me, wouldn't he?
Well, maybe, who knows? But yeah,
he was there to collect you. So Hans's club was just one of these clubs. They had like gentlemen's clubs, but it wasn't just gentlemen's clubs. It was like communists, homosexuals, women, intellectuals, just people like all different like creeds and philosophies and ideas, and coming in there, people that are underrepresented to discuss things. The star he had was like the Communist Party star.
Amazing.
Oh, I never even considered that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it just so happened in that circle was a lot of the people from the Midas circle, because they're
Yeah.
also intellectuals and think highly of themselves and they like to discuss these ideas and that kind of thing. So one of the doctors he goes to get a hold of is, of course, Dr. Richter, who's in the club. And as soon as he tells Dr. Richter who it is, he's like, "Oh yes, I know that person. They're on my list of of people to inject parasites into."
Nice. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, whenever it comes to big decisions like that, that just like, oh yeah, no, I just shoot this guy or I grab this guy and hold him hostage. Like, sometimes I feel like there's the first decision is just the best way to go. Sometimes,
With your gut.
like, yeah, sometimes you just gotta like make a big because yeah, you could spend all day like
You're just not being
in
precious.
analysis paralysis.
You're
Yeah.
not you're not being precious about your character, which allows you to
Oh yeah.
actually fully explore things the way they should be, and not
Which
just
I think is just fun.
and
yeah.
not just hiding behind everyone and refusing to go into dark places and do spooky things because it's scary.
Gee, who is that? Oh no, but yeah, no,
You're
I love it whenever bad things happen to my characters. So
you're not pressing your button, Laura.
maybe, yeah. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Still shocked that I managed to survive to the end of this one.
I did wonder if I should have like been asking Michael and Ollie to come with us at the end, but I was thinking like in character there was probably just no.
I
Not
Yeah,
gonna drag anybody else
probably would
along.
have killed them.
Yeah, for sure. They would have all been red shirts. Just
Yeah, meat shields at best.
maybe, yeah. Yeah, because even whenever they were like, "Oh yeah, no, we'll just come with you," the whole time I was thinking like, "Okay, that sounds like a good idea," but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, on the face of it, having like two extra big burly guys to come with you does sound like it would be useful, but at the same time, it's just like,
See,
they're gonna die.
in wargaming we call those people ablative wounds.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like in probably any other sort of system or setting, yeah, having more guys, more backup is always a good idea. But in a game like this, where
I also didn't anticipate you going to the final showdown with nothing.
Yeah, I was thinking afterwards, like, should we have tried to get guns or something? It was just like, would there be anybody in Tin City that could have given us a gun?
I was highly expecting
sure.
some guns. I was expecting, let's go get some explosives or something like that, or petrol bombs, or shovels, or harsh language,
Well,
anything.
harsh language. Yeah, let's go stock up on some harsh language. Well, I mean, to be fair though, like the situation was just desperate towards the end, and especially whenever Paul's wife was taken, and then
Because you were walking in, and I was like, this is going to be a bunch of one dice rolls, and you don't have any luck, so you're all just going to die.
and yet somehow we all survived.
Yeah, well, we did think to have 2 things of alcohol, which helps, because we did show that harmed them.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how. I think part of what put me off, like trying to acquire firearms, was just thinking like, well, how much use are these even going to be at this stage?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And of course, like Rocky at that stage was just so far gone mentally that I was like, yeah, no, this dude's like borderline suicidal at this stage. Like, fuck it, he's going out in a blaze of glory with nothing but a sharp knife, and that's it.
He just stabbed that thing to death, man. The guns would have been brilliant. Normally, people resolve Call of Cthulhu type situations by just burning or blowing things up.
Oh, for sure. Like, I'm one of those people. Anything mildly Call of Cthulhu-esque, I'm over here like, nah, man, burn that shit down, kill it with fire, purify.
But yeah, again, just players. I did not think you'd have gone into it with nothing, no preparation whatsoever.
And yet, you wanted us all to be homeless at the beginning?
Yes, but you'd
We would have had
but you
nothing.
could break into. It was going to be like desperation and breaking into places to get stuff and all that. It was going to be like a big part of it. And then it just wasn't, because it was all about okay. I guess you're both on the same street together at the same time. What a coincidence!
Yeah.
Right, let's move along.
Yeah, I kind of felt bad about that. Because yeah,
You don't even feel
but it
bad
ended
about
up being a
it.
great. Yeah, it ended up being a great story though. I loved it. That was fun. I now can say that one of my characters managed to kill an eldritch demigod with a
Mhm.
knife.
I like the thought there's just like a little pen knife as well.
I just envisioned him at the end, just like going at it with his fingers, just like ripping it out of him.
Oh yeah, for sure. Full on Doom guy ripping hair.
Yeah, completely oblivious to the fact that the blood was like burning through
Yeah.
like acid, man.
Just
that-
completely reckless
Yeah,
wrath
that
and
far
ruin.
gone.
Yeah. Which, now that it's now that it's over, I don't think he's gonna be all there mentally anyways.
If we hadn't established that he lives for 11 years, then I'd probably say he just dies of infection. But
For sure.
I like the idea you live for 11 years just mad and completely fucked up. Because that's the way someone
just
should
like,
be in Cthulhu.
oh, for sure, for sure. Like I'm spending the rest of my days like somehow regenerating and then just, eating pudding and medicine.
Hideously disformed, disfigured, disabled, and fucking
Yeah. Just
half mad.
giggling randomly at fucking nothing. Screaming
I
about
was gonna say screaming randomly at
or
nothing.
yeah, screaming and then laughing and then screaming again. Oh, that's just the old John Doe over there, just leave him alone.
But yeah, I think the next one, because I talked about this with Laura, it'll be more structured. And with a World War II setting, having a mission makes a lot of sense. So you'll probably have a mission and be people within a certain section or company or whatever that have that mission. So as well as like a story unfolding, you also have a mission that you have to do. So there's something like for you to focus on and to work towards while things are happening. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. That'd be awesome.
And I think
I'd love to.
that structure will lend itself better to it. I also know what I'm doing for the 77 one if we ever get around to that.
Oh man.
That's far off. Far off.
Just going with Cthulhu.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to go because it's late, guys.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, head off as well.
Thanks for sticking around.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, man. See you next time.
Ciao, ciao.
Cool. Catch you then. See you.
On the correct week for my game.